Okay, so here we go in the continuation to talk about wealth inequality today. So I showed you some statistics on wealth inequality, but let's see also the recent research on that. Okay, let me also get my face out of your way here. Come on. Okay, so what grandma knows is, of course, that the wealthy have more wealth to invest. That's almost tautological. That's very obvious, right? So they have more to invest. What grandma doesn't know, and recent research, very very detailed and very careful recent econometric research has shown, is that the wealthy not only have higher amounts to invest, but they are also getting higher returns on these amounts, right? So, and this holds both for expected returns and for actual realized returns, right? So you have a bigger amount, they're investing a bigger amount, and the 1 plus R, so the S, if you like, is bigger than the poor, of course, but also the 1 plus R tilde that they are getting is bigger. And actually, it works also on both in expected terms and in actual realized terms. And it works also on the debt side. So not only are they getting higher returns on their assets, but they are paying lower interest rates on their loans, right? So they are getting the best of both worlds. Now, is this relevant? This finding that the wealthy there's a positive correlation between wealth and asset returns. And it turns out to be relevant a lot because, the historical wealth returns explain most of the level of and volatility of changes in top wealth shares. Okay. So I told you yesterday that for the US, right, the top 10% hold 2/3 of household wealth. I told you for the Eurozone, it's about, 51%. But of course, in different countries, different amounts. And the historical wealth returns have a lot to do with concentration of wealth at the top. As you could imagine, right? As you could imagine, if it is the case that not only you have a lot of wealth, but the higher the wealth you have, the bigger the return that you're getting on it, this is really propagating inequality, right? It's taking the wealthy are becoming wealthier, and the non-wealthy, less wealthy, are becoming poorer relative to them, right? So it's really pushing wealth inequality. So there are two now famous papers on this, and they are all written by members of our network, the CPR network on household finance. This one, Bach-Calvé-Sodini, this was published in the American Economic Review, and they were both published in 2020. So this is focused on expected returns, right? So it finds that wealthier people are getting higher expected returns. And it uses the Swedish data, the famous Swedish data that I told you, between 1999 and 2007. This second paper, Fager, Guiso, Malacrino, Pistaferi, so this is in Econometrica 2020, and this uses Norwegian data, and is focused on actual returns. So they are able to observe, the actual returns. These people, can also observe actual returns, but they can also observe the precise composition of the portfolio. So do you invest in, I don't know, car company stocks? Do you invest in Coca-Cola stocks? What do you invest in? And then, from asset pricing data, they can estimate, or they know the expected returns on those, so they can compute the expected returns on the portfolios. But these guys over here with the actual returns, they observe the actual returns that you got on different asset classes, and they conduct the analysis in this manner. So wealthier people, what they find, wealthier people that do have persistently higher expected returns. So it's not just in one period, in 1 year or in two, but persistently they get higher expected returns than less wealthy people, and the others persistently higher actual returns. And the Norwegian data people, they have longer samples. They have a longer sample. I believe it's 14 years or something. So they can observe in the same data set for a significant number of people the behavior, the portfolios of parents and of adult children, of course, right? I mean, yeah, small children doesn't make sense. But so they have enough observations where the parents, are, older than the children, that they are quite old, given that the children are adult and they have portfolios and all of this, but they are still in the data set. Okay, so they are still investing. They're still in the data set. So they find that if I'm wealthy, not only my own asset returns are going to be bigger, but my children's asset returns are also going to be bigger. But there is not a one-for-one passing of this effect across generations. So if I have 100% of the effect, then my children get about 65% of that effect. But still, it is quite persistent, right, across generations. So, there must be something, and it's propagating wealth inequality even across generations. Okay, so that's quite a substantial thing. Okay, so let's start with the Swedish data set, the Swedish study, and remember, this is on expected returns. So expected return on household net wealth is strongly persistent, is increasing in net worth. That's what I was telling you. What they argue here is that this is primarily due to higher systematic risk. So what they find is that, and what they argue is that the explanation for this higher expected return for higher wealth is that the wealthier people are taking more risk, more systematic risk, and they are getting rewarded for the higher risk through higher expected returns. Okay, so you have riskier assets that are getting risk premia, if you like. So they're getting positive risk premia, they're getting higher expected returns, and this is why richer people have higher expected returns, because they are willing to take more risk. Okay, they do not find that the wealthy have superior investment skill, right? That controlling for these assets, controlling for what assets they hold, that they're getting alphas, right? In asset pricing, these abnormal returns, they're not finding this very much. They argue that they find that the historical returns are predicted well by exposures to real estate and equity. So, the more they invest in real estate and equity, the higher their actual returns, and the wealthy tend to invest more in these assets. And they also do not earn higher risk-adjusted returns than other households, or abnormal returns on private equity holdings, right? On private businesses. So that's their story, and they go, okay. So, so this is the central argument, right? So if you're going to argue this, then there is a policy and a political implication, and they do draw this implication, which is that the rich are willing to take more risks, so they get rewarded for their greater willingness to take risks. Okay, so they have very much, they take that, conclusion, they reach that conclusion. Of course, yesterday we saw models in which that justify or that explain that the rich are able to take more risks, right? You remember 3 models yesterday. One was, they are risking mostly luxuries. The other one was they are risking mostly the wealth of others, bequests, right? And the third one was they want to beat the others. They want to get wealthier than the others. So they are taking, private equity risk for that reason, right? So a just reward becomes a little bit, politically at least, less acceptable, or less easy to push. But it's a matter of taste and thinking. Okay, so they do find some, I don't know, sorry, this should have been 2020. Just a second. This should have been 2020. Oh, come on. Okay. Huh. So let me. Okay. So let me share again. Okay. Do it this way. Let me hide these. Okay, so they do find some evidence of type dependence. So there is, so investor type dependence. So they find that, for example, in this data set in Sweden has data sets of twins, right? And the reason for studying twins is to see, who are also subject to different environments, they are in different places, etc., is to see the effect of hereditary traits, right? So do we find, more similarity in, do we find more similarity in the portfolios of twins than in the portfolios of sets of people that share similar characteristics? So maybe the, conditional on characteristics, are the twins more likely to be having similar portfolios than people who are not related like that? So high correlation between returns of twins. However, the estimated correlation between expected returns and wealth is as large within pairs of twins as in the population. So they're not finding something bigger there. So both type and scale dependence. So that's the investor type, and that's the level of wealth. What is the scale of your portfolio? So the returns depend both on your level of wealth, the scale of invested assets, and the type that you are. They contribute to return heterogeneity. Now, they also get, they can also study, compute actual returns, right? So what they find is that there is high dispersion in wealth returns across households, even when they have similar initial wealth. So not everybody is getting, if you have a similar initial wealth with somebody else, it doesn't mean you're going to get the same return. There is huge dispersion, considerable dispersion. And at annual frequency, this is mostly driven by idiosyncratic risk and heterogeneous exposure to economy-wide shocks. So basically, how much, if you have similar wealth with somebody else, you're not going to have an identical portfolio. So if you have taken more idiosyncratic risk, you're going to tend to get higher returns. If you have gotten less idiosyncratic risk, lower returns. So just knowing the wealth level of somebody doesn't tell you exactly what the level of returns is going to be. There is considerable heterogeneity. It's just that the overall portfolio return is positively correlated with the level of wealth. And in the longer run, there is also return dispersion, and this is mostly driven by persistent investment strategies, okay? So primarily people who take high idiosyncratic risk in private equity wealth tend to get higher returns over the longer run. So these are the Rusanov status people, right? So these are the people who invest a lot in private business and persistently so. And these are the people who shoot out, the successful ones. Of course, they shoot out into very high returns. But of course, there is high idiosyncratic risk, so they may also end up with significantly lower returns. So mostly, the level of wealth, but there is considerable dispersion even for people with similar wealth, and that dispersion has to do with the size of exposure to idiosyncratic risks, and especially in real estate private businesses. Okay, so reward for risk taking, as I told you, and we have the willingness versus the ability to take more risks. Okay, so if we go now to the Norwegian data set, to the Econometrica paper, again 2020, they have, the others have 8 years of Swedish data. These ones have 12 years of Norwegian data, and they get all individuals, including the very top. So remember what I was telling you about the survey of consumer finances, the various surveys, that they omit the absolutely top, the Elon Musks of this world. But actually, this data set, is a tax data set, administrative data set, the same before, the Swedish one, but the Swedish one is a sample of from the tax data set. They get all the data, for absolutely everybody, okay? And so they can observe parents and children, adult children, and that allows the intergenerational part of the study. So they look at returns on net worth, financial wealth, real wealth, which is housing and private businesses, and the interest rate they pay on debt. And these are the actual realized returns now. So first statement, first finding, they are very heterogeneous, right? but they are correlated with the relevant wealth concept. So, which is a positive correlation for assets minus correlation for debt, what I was telling you at the beginning. So, higher net worth, higher financial wealth, higher real wealth, higher wealth people are getting higher actual returns on net worth, financial wealth, real debt, and they are paying lower interest on the debt. Real wealth, and they are paying lower interest on the debt. Okay, so they have an econometric model, and here I am writing it out in words, but you can imagine how this looks like in equation, regression form, okay? So they have the return, the realized return on wealth on the left-hand side. So this could be on net wealth, this could be on financial wealth, this could be on real wealth, or it could be on debt. But they have the return on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, they would have a bunch of observables, X's, right, for the investors. And these are time-varying observables. They can change in general over time. So for the scale effect, to estimate the scale effect, they put in the lagged wealth. Wealth lagged one period, right? So that it is predetermined. Because, of course, you may have, reverse causality, if you put wealth this period, you're looking at the return, and that influences wealth, and wealth influences the return, and what are you going to do? But they go to wealth last period. So lagged wealth is there for scale. And then they control for portfolio composition, and that's going to be very important. So you see, the Swedish study is finding that most of the effect of wealth, or the relationship between wealth and returns, comes from portfolio composition, right? But they are actually controlling for portfolio composition here, right? Of course, it can be an imperfect control, an imperfect proxy, but they're controlling for it. Then they're controlling for risk exposure, the beta that you have learned in your finance courses. So what is the beta in the overall portfolio? And they are controlling for time, because these are panel data, right? So they want to control for macro changes, right? Macro policy and other changes. And they are controlling also for demographics, for demographic characteristics, and these are not time varying, like, gender, or they could be varying in principle, like marital status, occupation, or whatever, but, there may be, there would be some persistence in those. Okay, so these are the X's, right? The household characteristics. And then they are putting an individual fixed effect, right? So for each household, they are estimating a constant for that household. So that's, outside and separate from all the other, demographic and time varying characteristics and all of that. Is there a constant, on top, right? And it's on top of portfolio composition also, right? So controlling for portfolio composition, is there a statistically significant individual fixed effect, right? So that's the key, the hard core of the analysis, this individual fixed effect, right? And that, if this is significant, this means there is a persistent component in returns, right? So controlling for everything else, controlling also, for controlling also for the composition of the portfolio and for everything, risk exposure, etc. Is there a persistent effect on returns, right? And they find that this actually individual fixed effect is correlated with your level of wealth. So the higher the level of wealth, the higher the individual fixed effect. Okay, now then, what explains that? How to interpret that? So where is this coming from? And unfortunately, this is also a black box, right? It's just a constant, right? So what they say is maybe it's partly attributable to education. So more educated people are able to earn higher returns. But maybe it also captures unobservables, right? That have to do with ability to manage finances, right? So financial sophistication, ability to access, process, and use financial information, ability to overcome inertia in trading and participation, talent to manage business. So all of these innate abilities, right, including financial literacy, financial sophistication. Recall, this is a wealth tax data set. So they don't have any observations on financial literacy. The tax authorities couldn't care less if you're a financial, they're not going to ask you to take a test on financial literacy, right? So, these are parts of the black box. So that's how they interpret this. And then the final component is of returns in the return regression is idiosyncratic transitory variations, good or bad luck. That's the error term in the regression, right? So this is something that cannot be explained by all of these other things, all of the regressors, and it's transitory, and maybe you get good luck today and it's higher, and maybe bad luck and it's lower. So that's how they model the returns. So the central finding in the study is that observable characteristics, these things, explain roughly 1/3 of return variability on net worth. So when they don't include the individual fixed effect, and they only include the time-varying observables, and of course the error, then they can explain about 1/3. The R² is about 1/3. They can explain 1/3 of the variability of returns on net worth. But with individual fixed effects, it goes to 1/2. So there is a significant increase in the explanatory power. Of course, a lot depends on good or bad luck, and that's why you get a lot of variation, dispersion in the outcomes, right? But with individual fixed effects, it goes from 33% to 50%. You can explain 50% of the variability. Now, they can look at the dispersion of fixed effects as well, right? So now they have a number for each household, right? And they can plot these numbers and see how dispersed are the estimated fixed effects. And they can do so for the return on private equity. That's the private business, right? They can estimate and plot fixed effects in the returns on housing. They can estimate and plot fixed effects on the returns on financial wealth and the interest on the debt, right? And they find, not very surprisingly, that this dispersion of fixed effects is very large for private equity. So there you get the biggest variation in this innate ability to make it, to run the business. So there are, there is very big heterogeneity in ability to run your own business. There is intermediate heterogeneity in your ability to earn high returns on your housing choices, right? So what are the capital gains, the increases, the price increases in your housing, right? Trump made his wealth on real estate, right? Many people have gotten very rich, but there is also variability. Other people have lost a lot of money by making the wrong choices in housing. So there is dispersion here as well, but not as large as for private equity, and it's more limited dispersion. I mean, there's still dispersion, but more limited for financial wealth and debt. And then the finding on intergenerational transmission of these fixed effects, right? So you can estimate the fixed effects for the parents, and you can estimate the fixed effects, for the children, or you have the fixed effect, you have estimated the fixed effect for the parent, you take the parent fixed effect and you compare it to the child's or to the children's fixed effects, right? And they find that returns to wealth are correlated across generations, although there is some mean reversion at the top. So the overall returns to wealth are correlated. The correlation is partly explained by wealth scale. So the children of the rich tend to have higher returns than the others, right? So their returns are correlated with the returns of their parents who are rich, who are rich. So the correlation is partly explained by the fact that they have a higher wealth scale, but it is even significant even when controlling for wealth or education. So there seems to be some transmission of the ability to run finances from parents to children, but it's not one for one, right? So the children of financially successful parents are more likely to be financially successful, but not one for one. Okay, so here, what's the contrast between the two studies? So when they look at historical return dispersion, actual returns, right? These are the historical returns, the realized returns. Remember, the Norwegian data set only has actual returns. The Swedish data set, they can see expected returns, they can estimate expected returns because they know the portfolio composition, but they also see the actual returns because the Swedish data set is also a wealth tax data set, right? So obviously they see the actual returns there as well. So they get similar estimates of the dispersion of historical returns, and it's quite significant, both between wealth brackets, so wealthier versus net wealthy, less wealthy, but also within a particular wealth bracket. So, people with similar wealth, they tend to have high dispersion of realized returns. And there is no disagreement between the two studies regarding this historical return dispersion. However, right, the Norwegian study attributes most of these realized return differences, to ability, right? So to the dispersion of the fixed effects. While the other study, the Swedish study, attributes it to different patterns of risk-taking, right? So they say that the people who are going to have, to be on the high return side are typically the people who have taken more risks, whereas the others are trying to control for portfolio composition, and they are looking at dispersion of fixed effects, right? Now, you may say, either one or the other is correct. It's not so clear, right? There can be debate, and there's still debate, and both studies got published. First of all, they are for different countries, so you might say, Maybe things are different across these two countries. But more importantly, the Norwegian people, the people studying the Norwegian data set don't know the precise identity of the assets. So they cannot compare directly and completely with the Swedish data set. Okay, so the Norwegian study finds that returns differ by education. So higher education people are earning higher returns, have higher fixed effects. The returns differ even for non-risky assets. So you see the Swedish data people are saying you're getting higher returns, the wealthy are getting higher returns because they're investing in risky assets and they are taking more risks. So what they find here is forget risk. Just look at non-risky assets. And even for those, the wealthy are getting higher returns. So this has nothing to do with willingness to take risk. They are better at picking those riskless assets, right, than the less wealthy. And fixed effects account for more of return heterogeneity in the case of assets for which ability matters more. So that's an indirect evidence in favor of the relevance of ability, okay? So they can run these regressions for returns on different classes of assets, right? I told you their overall results are for the returns on net wealth, for the returns on financial assets as a whole. But in the robustness exercise here, they go and they run these regressions on the returns on stocks, for example, which require more ability, they are more involved, versus on the return on long-term bonds that, for example, that require less ability, right, to run it. And they find, and of course, the most focused on ability is private equity, the private business, right? Because the stocks, you say, it's driven by the overall stock market. Largely, you may be participating in a mutual fund, you may be participating in an account managed by others. So it's not so much your own ability. But when you go to private business, that you own and you run, the return on that is very much dependent on your own ability. And they are finding that these fixed effects are more account for more of the return heterogeneity. They are more informative. They raise the R squared more for assets for which ability matters more. And there are some measurement issues, return measurement differences make returns in the Swedish paper more sensitive to market factors than returns in the Norwegian paper. So here are the nerdy differences between them, so that we will never know, if both are correct or, if they are overstating the case or whatever. Now, if you go to the Swedish paper, they have an argument. I watched both of these papers get written and improved and revised over time, because, as I told you, both sets of authors are in our group. So they were presenting their papers in our conferences. And, when one group was presenting, the other was taking notes, and they were running back and, running more regressions, etc. So if you look at the online appendices of these papers, they are ridiculous. They go to more than 100 pages of an online appendix. So they run everything under the sun, all regressions under the sun, all robustness tests, whatever, because the referees were pushing them and pushing them and pushing them. And it's a great accomplishment of both groups that they both managed to publish something on the same topic, but with these small difference expected versus actual. So the Swedish group says, Norway, is different from Sweden, and Sweden is more comparable to the rest of the world. So they say, how about, what are the direct household holdings of listed stocks and funds? So this is stock market now. As a ratio of GDP. So here is using macro data, right? So take the overall stock holding, the overall holdings of listed stocks and funds in Norway and in Sweden, divide by the GDP of the respective country. So what do you find? This is 7.6% in Norway. This is a third, more than a third in Sweden. So they say, okay, these Norwegian stockholders are, small stockholders, whereas in Sweden, stock holdings are a big part of the economy. And if you look at France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and the UK, the range of total stock holding as a share of GDP is closer to Sweden. I mean, it's uniformly lower than Sweden because I told you Sweden has the highest stock market participation in the world. So they are lower than Sweden, but closer to Sweden than Norway is. Okay, so this is now the poison from the Norwegian group to kill the Swedish group. From the Swedish group to kill the Norwegian group. That they are studying a country that's an outlier. Now, this is also relevant for another thing that I had mentioned. Remember the state-of-the-art stock holding study, the 2017 Journal of Finance stock holding study that found that the data matched the model pretty well, the standard model pretty well. That was also coming from Norway, right? And I told you there, is it the high quality of the data, or is it Norway that's very strange and unusual? And, these numbers might suggest that maybe Norway is a little bit unusual, but we don't know. And we won't know until we manage to do these studies in lots of other countries, or in a number of other countries. Okay. So let me talk also about a current paper that we have, and I put 2023 because that's when we first sort of circulated it as a CPR discussion paper, but actually there is a 2025 version of this that you can look at if you are interested. So what do we mean by propagation of wealth inequality? So it is wealth. It's the question: is wealth inequality growing over time, and does higher wealth inequality cause it to grow over time, right? So the two papers that I mentioned have, considerable, powerful implications for propagation of wealth inequality, right? Because they find that the rich are getting richer, basically, and the poor are not catching up, or the less rich are not catching up with them, right? So the rich are getting up there, and those who start from a lower wealth base cannot earn the returns, on average. Of course, there is dispersion, but on average, they don't earn the returns that the others are getting, and they cannot catch up with them. Now, we asked in this paper, we are using the Swedish data set, and we ask a slightly different question, which is, suppose when you are starting your career, right? Suppose that you are exposed to greater local wealth inequality. So you're about to start your career, you look around, and you live in an environment of greater wealth inequality. How does this, does this have any effect, right, on your future wealth, on your future wealth level, rank in the wealth distribution, right? Wealth to income ratio, does it have an effect? And, the way to think about that is, and the way we are thinking about that is sort of motivational, okay? So you look around, you're about to start your career, you look around, your economic life, you look around and you see that wealth is very unequal. And there are two possibilities. One possibility is to say, there are poor people and there are rich people, and there is a lot of dispersion of wealth at the top. There's a lot of wealth inequality. And this is a sign of how high up I can get, right? How wealthy I can be, right? And then you are inspired by this, or you are motivated by this, and you are making choices that based on which you end up with higher wealth, right? And higher up in the distribution. And not, the other possibility, however, is to take a passive attitude or a negative attitude to that, to say, oh, look at those people who are so wealthy and the others. This is how wealthy others can get, not me. Others can get, right? And then you don't respond to that, in the right way, and you end up being left behind, right? So your expectations, your perceptions get self-realized, and you're left behind. So the central finding of our paper is that the educated, those who have college education, are looking at wealth inequality, local wealth inequality, and they are saying, oh, this is how wealthy I can be, and they take the risks. So they invest, they are more likely to invest in stocks, they are more likely to invest in real estate, they are more likely to be self-employed. So they are taking the risks, and they are more likely to end up with higher wealth level, higher position in the wealth distribution, higher wealth to income ratio, down the line 10 to 20 years later. Whereas the less educated, those without college education, are not more likely to be investing in the stock market, to be investing in housing. And even if they become self-employed, they are still not able to reach systematically higher wealth levels later on because of this exposure. Okay? You see what the key idea is, right? It's the sort of motivational effect, the interpretation that educated versus less educated give to the inequality around them. Okay, now, can policy influence the propagation of wealth inequality? So actually, household finance, I think, is key for tracking those left behind, as well as those that are getting ahead. So household finance is a great area in which to study wealth inequality. Now, if you take the results of Hagering et al. On face value, if you believe them and you want to think about that, you have to somehow try to operate on the fixed effect, on this persistent component, right? And they are finding that education is, people of higher education are getting a higher fixed effect, are getting higher returns. So the question is, can we operate on this? Can we exploit this? So can we raise education in order to boost the actual returns of people, also people at the lower end of the wealth distribution? So if this is coming from education, and if education has an exogenous effect on this fixed effect on the ability to run finances, then by extending the number of years of education, for example, by giving student loans, by really allowing people to get more educated, they are going to be able to reach higher actual return levels. So we're boosting it. But if it's all about innate ability, right? How you were born or how your environment when you were growing up has shaped you, then the options for policy are much more limited, right? The scope for policy to influence your fixed effect, your ability to earn returns, controlling for everything else, is much more limited. So this, if we are thinking, about education and financial literacy, etc., then, there is this study over here, which is one of the most polished studies on financial literacy. I mean, we're going to talk about financial literacy in a subsequent sort of chapter, and that was published in Journal of Political Economy in 2017, Lusardi, Michaud, and Mitchell, and they have a model in which you can choose to invest in financial education, and then the more you invest in your financial education, the more capable you become and the higher the expected return that you have on your portfolio, right? And if that channel is operative, they actually showed that this can account for a large part of wealth inequality, right? So an important thing then is to what extent education or financial education can influence your ability to manage finances, right? And to earn higher returns. And here there is doubt, okay? So, well, if you read this paper, they are pushing this very much. But if you read subsequent work of Faggering et al., or if you read a published paper by Barth et al. In JPE of 2020, what they ask is education causal, right? So we have a positive relationship, right, between education. So more educated people are earning higher returns. But is it causal? Is it are they earning higher returns because of higher education, because of more education? Or is there unobserved heterogeneity? So what is the unobserved heterogeneity? There is a hidden third factor, right, that makes you be more educated and earn higher returns at the same time, right? So these two papers argue that there is a hidden fixed factor that's making you both get more educated and earn higher returns, right? So the first paper says there's a close positive correlation between educational attainment and returns on net wealth and on each of its main subcomponents. That's the original finding of the previous paper. So they use a change in schooling requirements as an instrument. So you need an exogenous instrument to see if the education effect is causal, right? So they use a change in schooling requirements, how many years kids had to be in school, right? And that's exogenous, of course, to the individuals. That is, caused by the Department of Education policy choice, right? A reform on education exogenous to the people. So they are instrumenting the education level of people with that exogenous policy change, and they do an IV regression of returns on education, and they conclude that the correlation reflects a relationship between innate wealth management ability and educational attainment, with the former being ultimately responsible for the higher returns. So they are not finding statistically significant effects from this exogenous change, and they argue that there is this unobserved factor, innate ability, higher innate ability, that determines both. These people use US data. So this is Norwegian data again. These people use US data, and they compute household polygenic scores. So we go back to genetics, right? So they use these predictive indices that aggregate multiple genetic markers. So for each household there, they are able to compute a genetic score, right? That captures innate ability, right? And they find that this genetic score predicts both the education level of the people, right? And, the level of their retirement wealth. So that's a financial outcome, right? And retirement wealth sort of maybe capturing all your career, your economic life, because this is how much you have accumulated by the time you retire, okay? And they find that the polygenic score predicts both your education level and your retirement wealth. So we have a case of unobserved heterogeneity. This supports that we have a case of unobserved heterogeneity with, abilities determining both, as opposed to education exogenously affecting the returns. And they go a little bit in the direction of the Swedish thing, because they say higher polygenic score households are found to be more likely to invest in stocks and in private businesses, right? So they can do it, and they are more likely to be doing it. So here, I mean, the idea is, why are you here? Why are you doing a master's, right? Is this because somebody exogenously decided you should be doing a master's, or is it because you have innate ability to make it, right? And this innate ability is pushing you higher and higher. Also, your own aptitude, but your own determination to get to higher, more and more higher degrees, right? So that's the kind of thing that that is going on here. Now, can we say something about, suppose the Swedish data set, the Swedish paper is more accurate, or also accurate in stressing risk-taking. Can we think of policy implications for that? And here you have a number of issues. So how can we encourage, less wealthy people to take more risks, right? How can we improve their ability to take more risks and encourage them to take more risks without being destroyed by the risks? So how can they manage the background risks, right? And you can think of policies, you can think of financial innovation, you can think of regulation. So financial innovation does generate new products, they have to be, but it doesn't mean just because new products exist doesn't mean that people will buy them, right? So they have to be easier to use, more accessible to people, with lower wealth and possibly lower education. And you need regulation to prevent scams, right? And mis-selling of products. And mis-selling of products. So product creation is not the same as product adoption, and we need also regulation. Maybe financial education policies to enable people to manage the risks, and financial innovation aimed at selling risks to those most willing to bear them. So these are open questions, in the research. How does financial behavior, wealth inequality, social cohesion, and polarization, how do these relate to each other? These are really quite open questions for household finance research. Okay. So I could have talked more about our paper, but that's fine because we have other things to do. We have, and you're going to see our paper actually uses a refugee sample, and Vietnamese refugees are also part of the sample. But I'm going to talk about the reason for using a refugee sample in our financial literacy externalities paper. So I don't need to do it in this one. Okay, questions before we go to the next, to peer effects? No? Actually, our paper that I just described on half a slide also now is more in the peer effects. The current version is more in the peer effects literature. Okay. Is this the other one? Yeah. Okay. So let me share it. But where is it? Nope. I first need to share it. Okay. Okay. So we want to talk about peer effects. And I told you when I was motivating this part, I told you that just showing that you and your peers are having similar portfolios is not proof that you have been influenced by your peers in these portfolios. Okay, so we have to do a lot more work to establish that. I want to say that this literature is very active, as is the wealth inequality literature, but the peer effects literature is now very active in research. So what do I want to do? I want to talk about types of peer effects so that we can formalize those. I want to give you examples of peer effects from the literature that relate to household finance. So examples on consumption, on financial assets, on real assets, and on debt. And then I want to talk about a bunch of questions, in research that any researcher has to face. First of all, how to define the circle of peers, right? What is the relevant circle of peers? Then how to establish that interaction relevant for household finance occurs, how to inspect the mechanism of influence, right? Because, maybe we establish peer effects and then people and referees keep asking, but what's the mechanism? How are the peers influencing the others? And, also talk about policy implications and open questions. Okay. For types of peer effects, the paper, the canonical paper, the seminal paper is a paper by Charles Mansky that was published in 1993. But if you are going to understand the difference between, I'm going to explain it, but if you want to understand it, more deeply, the papers, the early papers by Duflo and Saez, Esther Duflo got a Nobel Prize very recently. The papers that I cite also on the list, the reading list, they are a good way to understand the difference between those peer effects if it's not very clear from what I'm saying here. Okay, I hope it is clear, but if you want to see more, and also how to test for them in an empirical context. Okay, so one type of peer effects that Mansky defined was endogenous, what he called endogenous effects. And endogenous sounds bad because we are always looking for exogenous and I don't know what, but actually in this particular case, it's a good peer effect to study, right? And Duflo and Saez, they were really stressing the point of trying to understand endogenous effects. So how are they defined? So we observe or we learn somehow that our peers use a particular financial product, and because we know that our peers are using a particular financial product, we start using it as well, right? So I find out that you guys are, holding stocks. Then as a result of that, I go into the stock market as well, right? So that would be an endogenous peer effect. I'm adopting the same product as you are adopting because you are adopting it, okay? This was the original focus of peer effects. If you read the Duflo-Saez paper to understand the differences, they are trashing the other two, and they are correct in this. On correlated effects, we really have to eliminate those, but they are not correct, I believe, on exogenous or contextual effects, which are also very relevant and very interesting. Okay, so then you say, why is it, right? So think of these people at church that I told you, sociability, right? So they go to the coffee room after church and they hear, that their friends, their peers are in the stock market and they start investing in stocks. Okay. And the question is, what is the mechanism? What is the particular type of endogenous peer effect? And one can come from social learning, right? So I hear that others are holding stocks, and I hear they tell me about how to hold stocks, how easy it is, what are the risks. I'm learning from them. This is social learning, right? So they are lowering my fixed entry costs, if you like, and my fixed participation costs. So I'm learning from these people, and that's why I also start participating in stocks. That's one possibility, social learning. The other possibility is imitation, right? I'm not learning much, but I'm doing it because they are doing it. Okay? So it's like fashion, right? So you wear something, maybe you don't know why it's good or not, but because everybody else is wearing something. Yeah. Okay. Now, this imitation, we have actually, I have with some co-authors, we were using a French data set, and we distinguished between mindful versus mindless imitation. So what is mindful imitation? Mindful imitation is, I don't understand anything about stocks. I'm not learning anything about stocks, but the people I am meeting and I'm talking to, I know they are economists, they are in finance, I know they know a lot about finances. I don't understand what they know, but I am copying the people who I think are experts. You see what I mean? So this is imitation because I don't understand what they're talking about, but it's mindful imitation. I'm going and copying the experts, right? The people who know, right? So if you are going to buy a car, maybe you don't understand the first thing about cars, but you see that your engineer is driving a particular car and you say, okay, this must be a good car. Or, taxi drivers are driving a car and this must be a durable, reliable car, because taxi drivers don't want to be left on the road, all the time. So this would be mindful imitation. Mindless imitation is, I don't understand what, the first thing about the stock market. Probably they don't understand either, but I'm just copying. I mean, I don't worry about how much they understand. I'm just doing it because they are doing it, and I want to be part of the club, so to speak. So that would be mindless imitation, but it would still be an endogenous peer effect. Okay. So that's the first class type of peer effect. The second type of peer effect, they are called exogenous or contextual effects, right? And so what's going on here? So our behavior is influenced not by the fact that the others are holding stocks, right? But it is influenced by the underlying characteristics of the others, right? So, and this exogenous or contextual effect can happen even if the others are not holding stocks themselves, right? It doesn't mean that they have to be holding stocks. So our behavior is influenced by underlying perceived characteristics of our peers, right? So maybe we are influenced by our peer incomes. Maybe we're influenced by our peer financial education. So peer financial education, we start talking to peers and they are telling us relevant things about risk-taking, about financial products that they know because they are more financially educated than us. And because we start associating with these more financially educated peers, we start holding stocks, right? Regardless of whether these peers are holding stocks or not. That's not the emphasis, right? It's what we are learning from their financial education that leads us to change our behavior and to hold stocks. Peer incomes, I'm going to tell you about a study that we published in 2014. So if you start going out with richer people than you, people that you think are richer than you, then you're more likely to borrow, to start borrowing, right? And you're more likely to run into financial trouble. So don't start going out with people who are richer than you unless you're going to marry them, right? That's the thing. But Of course, I'm kidding, you know that. But anyway, I'm half kidding. The other half, I'm not kidding. Anyway, okay. But if you start going out with a social circle that's above your means, you end up borrowing more to catch up, keep up with them, maybe to reciprocate. Your friends take you out to an expensive restaurant, you want to take them out to an expensive restaurant, stuff like that. So that again is an exogenous or contextual effect, because you're not copying the debt behavior of those people. These people may or may not have high debts. You are going into debt because of their characteristic as you perceive it. Okay, and these are interesting effects as well, rather than to be ruled out. The third category, however, are the correlated effects, and these we need to rule out, okay? These are the effects that contaminate our inferences and our results. So this is the idea of common preferences and or common shocks, okay? So we have to rule out, and all referees will tell you to rule out common preferences and common shocks. And they are the toughest to rule out, let me tell you. So there is this homophily, right? Homophily is that when you choose your peers, the people you interact with, you are more likely to choose peers like you, who are like you. So who have similar preferences, similar education levels, similar maybe occupations, marital status, stage in the life cycle, things like that, right? Because you can interact more with them. And the fact that you are choosing your peers to be similar, to have common preferences with you, means that you may end up with the same portfolios, but the reason is the common preferences and not that you got influenced by their portfolio. So somehow you have to rule this out, and it's damn difficult, right? The second thing is, Duflo and says were going ballistic in the paper, and rightly so, to rule this out. You are in the same environment. So maybe you work in the same office, right? You work in the same place. You live in the same area. And there is a fixed number of banks and financial advisors in that area. So you are subject to this common environment, and you end up holding similar financial products, not because you have been influenced by your friends, but because you have been influenced by that environment. You all go to the same bank, and the bank is selling you their products, right? So you end up with this similar products, but that's not a peer effect, right? That's an effect of the environment that you're in, right? So, the struggle, the researchers' struggle is also to handle, the common environment aspect, to control for that. So favorite referee, common preference, or common shocks, and we try to control for those. Okay, so let me tell you, this is also fun. I mean, I think you liked culture, but peer effects are also fun. So let me give you some examples of peer effects from the consumption literature. And here, the Joneses are the neighbors are the underlying consideration. So the early inspiration, as I told you, are from these relative income hypothesis and Adam Smith. The book is called Theory of Moral Sentiments. Okay. So beating the Joneses. Okay. So what are the applications here? So here is a beautiful American Economic Review paper of 2011. So they got data. I told you it's very difficult to observe lottery winners, right? Because they hide. But these people, they are Dutch, and they got data. They managed to get data from a Dutch postal zip code lottery. So in different areas, they run this lottery, and they got data on who won, who were the people in the different zip codes that won, right? So they went and they interviewed. They now knew the zip codes, the neighborhood, and they went and they interviewed the neighbors of the people, the people who won, and also their neighbors, right? And of course, they found out that the people who won the lottery were dramatically more likely to get a new car. Okay? Yeah. But they also found out that the neighbors were also more likely to get a new car, and they hadn't won the lottery, right? Okay? It's beautiful. So if you read this paper, it's a beautiful paper to read. It took them 7 years to publish in the American Economic Review because the referees kept coming back and you didn't control for this and you didn't control for that. So now the final result is just a tremendous paper that you can see, how they control for all the robustness checks and everything else. Here, the second example, Charles is the last name, Hurst and Rusanov, the same Rusanov, but that's 2009, the same Rusanov is here. And again, this has to do with status. So this was motivated by the observation that that's US data, right? So if you go to the US, you will find that African Americans, blacks, tend to wear a lot of jewelry, a lot of gold jewelry, right? And controlling, compared to similar people, people of similar economic status or whatever. And the question is why? Why? I mean, what is this? Why are they doing this? So the conclusion from this study, which is a very difficult study to do, was that, when you are black, you are immediately signaling to the world that you are part of a particular community, the African American community. And the African American community, on average, tends to be poorer, tends to have lower wealth, lower incomes, etc. There is a race wealth gap, which is now the object of a lot of study and attention in the US. So, people see your color and they immediately associate you with a poorer group. So you are investing in those gold ornaments to signal, yes, I may be black, but I'm actually a rich black person, right? So I am at the upper end of my group, not at the lower end of my group, right? And you may say, okay, that's just signaling. What's the problem with that? They went into a little bit into the household finance question of how are they financing these things. They don't have fantastic data for that. I mean, it's very difficult. That's a very difficult question. But they are finding some evidence that, they are depriving their children of the milk, I'm exaggerating, but, there are costs to the family. They are not giving money to their family in order to buy this jewelry and show off. Yeah. Like my contact in Greece who bought the Maserati and didn't have anything else. And eventually his wife divorced him, and that's how we got the house. So he sold the house. He sold the house because his wife divorced him, and that's how we got it. Okay, so there you go. Life lessons. Okay. Now, so there is literature on peer effects on consumption. So has the consumption literature said it all, right? Because there's an identity, right? Consumption plus saving equals income. So if I'm showing, effects on consumption in a particular way, positive effects, then maybe I'm showing negative effects on saving, and I don't need to do saving studies or portfolio studies. But that's not true, because there is a third factor, there's income, right? And income is also endogenous. Income can also change. So you may be consuming more because, but maybe working harder as well. So this leaves open what you're doing with saving if there's a peer effect on saving. And here is my favorite finding, Neumark and Postlethwaite, 1998. They found that married women in the US are 16 to 25% more likely to work outside the home if their sisters' husbands earn more than their own husbands. Okay? So if your sister is married to a richer husband than yours, you're more likely to work, right? To make sure household income doesn't fall behind, right? Isn't this beautiful? Yeah, I mean, peer effects literature is a lot of fun. So you see here the labor supply response. What I'm telling you, C plus S equals Y, but in order to do more consumption, you end up working harder, increasing your income. Okay, this is the last thing before lunch. Increasing your income. So it's a question mark. What's happening to your saving? Are you also saving more? Are you saving less? And what I want to say is that theoretically, the effect of concern with relative consumption on saving is ambiguous. We don't know if comparing yourself to others leads you to increase saving or to reduce saving. So if you have an infinite horizon model like this one, Liu and Turnovsky in 2005, they find that the concern with relative consumption, the Joneses effect, keeping up with the Joneses, that leads to greater consumption, less leisure, right? So you work also harder, and greater accumulation of assets. So you do more consumption and more saving, right? In the infinite horizon. So as to keep up with the Joneses, not only now, but also in the future. But then there is a finite horizon model. Remember overlapping generations models for macro, right? They die after the second period. So they have a finite horizon, 2-period overlapping generations model in an infinite horizon economy. The economy lasts forever. You last for 2 periods, okay? And in such a model, they find that if they introduce this relative consumption in the utility function, so that's concern with relative consumption in addition to your own consumption, then they get less leisure, they induce less leisure, but also lower saving. So more consumption, less leisure, less saving in the finite horizon model. So there are genuine household finance questions to be asked, both because labor supply response, and because the theoretical models doesn't give you an unambiguous prediction on whether relative concerns are going to boost saving or are going to reduce saving. And here we stop for the lunch break, and then we continue with more gossip afterwards, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's interrupt the discussion of peer effects. Let's go through the first problem set, and then we come back to it, right? To make sure we cover it before the break. And I will email you the second one today, so that you can do it over the weekend, hopefully, and we can discuss it. Okay, so this is the problem in the problem set, I mean the algebraic problem. And we had a household living just for 2 periods, right? And facing income uncertainty, which means consumption uncertainty as well in the same period, in the second period. So here are the period budget constraints. So in the first period, it receives labor income Y1. And out of this, it starts with zero initial wealth. And out of the income, it decides how much to save in bonds, in the riskless rate, how much in the risky rate. And then in the second period, in consumption 2, the household will receive a second period labor income at the beginning. It will also have 1 plus the riskless rate times the saving that it undertook in the first period, and then it will have also the gross stock return factor, the R tilde, times the stock holding from the previous period, okay? And then we know this household is going to eat everything in the second period because there is no bequest motive, right? So that's, it's, simplified, etc. And then, it's constant relative risk aversion utility function. Okay. So the first question is, assume that we do not impose separate non-negativity constraints on bonds and stocks, but we have this non-negativity professional audio. Okay, I don't know what that is. So we have this non-negativity constraint on net wealth, right? So basically what this says is that, I mean, it could be saying, all sorts of combinations of things, but the most intuitive, what it says is that your net wealth cannot be negative, right? But intuitively, the most intuitive way to think about this is you are allowed to borrow, you're allowed to issue bonds, right? Have negative bond holding, but that cannot exceed the amount you invest in stocks. Okay, so you are backing up any borrowing with stock holding that you have, right? You must back it up. Okay. So the first question is, set up the Lagrangian and state the complementary slackness conditions for the borrowing constraint. And here, you put the objective function. So this is consumption in the first period plus beta times expected second period consumption raised to 1 minus rho. So you just substitute this. And then what do? You introduce a borrowing constraint, a lambda, a Lagrange multiplier for this borrowing constraint, and you multiply this by B1 plus S1, okay? So then what are the complementary slackness conditions? First, that the Lagrange multiplier can be positive or zero. Second, the constraint itself. And third, the product of these two. Normally, I have to say, when I write, when I'm asked to write down complementary slackness conditions, I just put this, and I have these two other things on my mind, right? Obviously, this is the constraint we're talking about, and we know that Lagrange multipliers are positive or zero, right? Okay, so that would be A, even just with this third one. And then B, interpret the complementary slackness conditions, okay? So, of course, lambda greater than or equal to zero, that means, we know that the Lagrange multiplier tells us the value of the constraint. So what is, by how much the objective is going to go up if the constraint is relaxed by epsilon. So if I tell you you can get your net wealth down to minus epsilon instead of zero, then how much is your expected lifetime utility going to go up? That's going to be captured by this lambda BC, right? The second inequality, of course, is the constraint. The third one is where, that's the center of attention, this one, this product. And there are there are three cases here to consider. Three cases. One case is the B1 plus S1 is positive, right? So this constraint is not binding. And what this complementary slackness condition says is that if people are not bound by the constraint, then the Lagrange multiplier must be zero, right? So that's the interpretation in that case, case number one. Case number two, B1 plus S1 is equal to zero. And this second case has two sub-cases, if you like. First sub-case is the most obvious one. People want to borrow, right? Want to drive net wealth negative, but they are finding, they are coming up against a binding borrowing constraint, and they are stuck at zero because they cannot go negative. And if that's the case, then this is zero and the Lagrange multiplier is positive, okay? So that's the most typical, usual case. However, you cannot rule out a third case as well. This expression applies also to the third case, where you choose to make net wealth zero. You don't want to go negative. You just, the solution of the problem is that your optimal net wealth is zero, right? Your bonds are exactly, your borrowing is exactly matched by your stocks. Okay, and then you have this case that this is zero because you chose it to be like that. And the constraint is not binding, so lambda is also zero, right? So that is also possible. Now, it is a fluke. It is a chance occurrence, right? It doesn't apply to many people. Everything has to be, in the right place for this case to occur. But you cannot rule it out either, right? Okay, so these are the three cases. State first order conditions for B1 and S1. So you go to the Lagrangian and you differentiate with respect to dB1, and you set it equal to zero. So here actually, you could say dl dB1 equals to zero, and this implies, I think, this term got missed. This implies that this equality occurs, right? And you have the differentiation with respect to stocks, to stock holding, and you have a very similar first order condition, but here you have Rf and here you have R tilde. Okay, so that's the only difference between them, but you actually have the same Lagrange multiplier because there's only one constraint. Okay, so these are the two first order conditions. Now, what does this imply, right? So if even before we subtract one from the other and the reductio ad absurdum and all of this, we can just look at these two first order conditions, right? So we have the two cases, basically. There are two cases. One case is a positive Lagrange multiplier, and the other case is a zero Lagrange multiplier, right? So if you have a zero Lagrange multiplier, you have equality between these two things. So it's the same first order condition as you would have without the constraints. You just impose two constraints, one constraint in this case, and the constraint is not binding. So it's like you haven't done anything, right? So that's identical. So if you like, the consumption solution and the bonds and stock solutions are identical as in the case without the borrowing constraint. Case number 2, the borrowing constraint is binding, right? So the household would like to go negative in net wealth, and it can't. So this Lagrange multiplier is positive. What does that mean? This means that marginal utility of first period consumption in the constrained case is bigger than marginal utility of first period consumption in the unconstrained case, right? Because in the unconstrained case, marginal utility of first period consumption is equal to beta times expected marginal. In the constrained case, this is bigger, right? And the more binding the constraint, the bigger the lambda, the bigger the marginal utility is of first period consumption. What does that tell you about the level of first period consumption and the level of saving? As if you compare lambda equals 0 to lambda positive, if you compare lambda small, lambda big to lambda small, what does it tell you about C1, about first period consumption? What's happening to first period consumption? So compare the case where lambda b is 0, you get a particular marginal utility of first period consumption, to a case where lambda bc is positive. So you're getting a bigger marginal utility of consumption. What does that imply about consumption in the first period? Huh? You consume, the marginal utility of consumption is bigger. You underconsume. Yes, you underconsume. So you consume less, right? How can you make the first period marginal utility of consumption bigger? By consuming less. You are consuming less, you are saving more, right? You are saving more than in the unconstrained case. Does it make sense? Well, it does make sense, right? Because you wanted to borrow. So if I allow you to borrow, you are borrowing to consume, right? You're going to be consuming more. It turns out that you're also going to be investing in bonds and stocks more, right? Or maybe actually borrowing, not in bonds, in stocks. You will be borrowing and you will also be investing in stocks, but this is not totally obvious, just from this. But what is definitely obvious is that your saving is going to go up when I am constraining you, right? If I allow you to borrow, you will consume more. If I'm not letting you borrow, you have to consume less, right? So that you can see from the first order conditions here. Okay. And of course, if the riskless gross return is deterministic, you can always take it out of the expectation. You cannot do this for the stock return. You have to have the product here. Okay, then the next question is, would we be able to determine B1 and S1 separately if R tilde were deterministic, right? So what does that mean? I have RF, I have a riskless asset, and I have R tilde, a risky asset, but now I'm saying the other asset, stocks, I call one bonds, I call the other one stocks. Also stocks are safe, right? So they are also riskless. Okay, so you go here and you can take the gross return on stocks out of the stock market, out of the parentheses as well, because it's now deterministic, right? So you have these two first order conditions. Look at this and look at this, right? So can you see both? You can't see both. But you see, they are identical, except this one has Rf and this one has R tilde. But how can that be? It can only be if if R tilde is equal to Rf. You can't have it any other way, right? Everything else is the same. So what does that tell you? That if you have two riskless assets, they must be perfect substitutes, right? They must have the same return, guaranteed return. So how are you going to differentiate them? Well, maybe one is blue and the other is green, but there's no other way. They're both riskless, right? And they are offering you the same return. So in this case, you are indifferent between holding one or the other, so that your portfolio composition between bonds and stocks, right, is indeterminate. You cannot solve for the portfolio composition, right? That's why we said also, I had said that we can only have one riskless asset. We cannot, maybe we don't have any riskless asset. That works. But if we have a riskless asset, it can only be one, right? If you have more, they have to be perfect substitutes. The problem is degenerate. You can't choose portfolio composition among the riskless assets. Okay. So show using reductio ad absurdum that stock non-participation cannot be optimal also in this case, where you don't have wealth, when you have the two assets, you don't have the wealth non-negativity, but you have actually, it turns out, it is the direct extension, net wealth non-negativity. And because you have lambda BC in both, when you subtract one from the other, this lambda BC gets eliminated, and you can do exactly what we have been doing in the lectures. And you can consider the two cases. One case is deterministic labor income. The other case is random labor income, but uncorrelated with stock returns. So in both of these cases, cash on hand, or if you like, second period consumption here, second period consumption is uncorrelated with stock returns, right? When you have zero stock holding in the first period, right? So you can break up the product of expectations, the expectation of the product into the product of the two expectations, and you get this absurd result that the product of two positive numbers is zero, right? So you cannot have, in the presence of this constraint, the presence of this constraint does not justify zero stock holding. Okay? So that's the first part of the problem set. Okay. So then, so let me get rid of this. And then we go to the problem set itself, and I can talk my way through the other answers, true, false, uncertain, etc. So let me share this now. Okay. Anyway, bigger. So, yeah. You don't need to see me so much. Okay, good. So we go to question 2, right? So discuss the following statements. Justify your claims or arguments with reference to relevant models and empirical findings wherever possible. So these are the true, false, uncertain. But as I told you, I don't care very much whether you say TFU, but how you explain. But just so that we are on the same page, Suppose that suppose you say something like, it always rains in Vietnam, right? Every day it rains in Vietnam, okay? This is a statement, sometimes it rains, sometimes it doesn't rain, right? You might be tempted to say this is an uncertain statement, but this is not an uncertain statement. This is a false statement because you say that every day it rains in Vietnam, okay? So if you have something that's true under a certain condition, not true under other conditions, and you say it's always true, or you don't mention anything, you just state it as a fact, that's false. That's not uncertain, okay? Yeah? That's sort of typical. But, as I said, I care about the explanation. Okay. So here it is. In the standard portfolio choice model, the optimal risky portfolio share declines with normalized cash on hand. We are talking about, right, this downward sloping. We had called it alpha IT, maybe omega IT, maybe whatever that is going down with as we increase normalized cash on hand, right? The intuitive explanation for this is that richer households do not need to generate high returns on their saving and can therefore afford to take less risk. I'm very proud of that because I could get grandma puzzled, right? Grandma might say, yeah, this makes sense. They don't need so much money. Yeah? But why doesn't it make sense? It doesn't make sense because marginal utility of consumption is positive. More is better. We're assuming that you have not reached nirvana, right? The satiation point, right? You want more. So grandma may have reached nirvana, but the typical investor has not. They want more. So that is not the reason. But what is the reason? Why does the optimal risky portfolio share go down with normalized cash on hand? Anybody wants to try?
Is it because like in the third phase,
Yeah,
the wealth dominate, so it's like the consumption at that stage depends more on the asset return
precisely.
rather than the transitory income in the previous stage. So the household will become because the consumption depends more on the asset return, which means that the household become more risk adverse.
Yes.
With that portfolio decision, and that's why the alpha is.
Yes. So the thing is that as we move, normalized cash on hand is normalized wealth, right? Wealth divided by permanent income, plus this UIT, which is the transitory shock. As we consider higher and higher normalized cash on hand, we are UIT is UIT. It's drawn from a distribution. We are more likely to have wealthy people there. So people with high, or we are more likely for the household, the household is more likely to have high wealth relative to permanent income. And this is why consumption primarily depends on wealth, as your colleague said, right? Consumption primarily depends on wealth, and you don't want to be taking big risks with your wealth because you don't want to risk consumption. So you are becoming less willing to take risks. So that's the correct. So here, you see, you might say false, and you might even say false because marginal utility of consumption is positive, right? So there is no sense in which the wealthy don't want more, right? But to get the full points and put a big smile on my face, right? You would also give the correct answer, right? It's not because of this, it's because of that, right? Yeah. So, of course, if you don't have time for the question, if you, I don't know, you explain why this is wrong, and it will be sufficient, right? And what is not sufficient is if you say true, false, uncertain, and don't give any explanation, because then you have 1/3 chance of getting it right, of guessing, right? And guessing is not rewarded. Okay, so you're not going to get something, even if it's correct, you're not going to get something just by saying true, false, or uncertain. I want you to discuss the statements. I want you to, yeah.
Do we think like whether the model is in line with the empirical findings?
That takes it now further. If you do that as well, then, that could be an extra point. I'm not here. I am asking a directed question about the model, right? And whether the model, is reflected in reality, that's a different question, right? But you could get some extra point in my head that, when I go downstairs and you are epsilon from getting the higher grade, maybe I give you the higher grade. So that's how I operate. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't expect you to write everything you know. Okay. Then B, in a theoretical model of portfolio choice, greater levels of trust or greater optimism about the stock market have similar effects on the stock market participation decision. Using survey questions, we may be able to separate the two, okay? So here you discuss it, right? You explain. I mean, first of all, of course, if you agree or disagree, but in what sense do you agree or disagree? So in a theoretical model of portfolio choice, greater levels of trust. So how do we model trust? How do we formalize trust or lack of trust? Do you remember? In the model. What do we put in the model to talk about trust? Huh? How do we formalize trust? I say I don't trust I'm going to get my dividends or all my dividends or whatever. How is that formally done in the theoretical model? You remember there's the probability of being cheated, right? Mm-hmm. So suppose there's a high return and low return, whatever, but there is an expected return, but there is a probability that you will not get the expected return. You will get 80% of it because they will cheat you out of 20%. And 1 minus that probability, you're going to get the full expected return, the full return, right? So your expected portfolio return is lower because of the probability of being cheated. How about optimism? How would you model optimism versus pessimism? Optimism about returns, of course. So in the theoretical model. What does it mean to be optimistic about returns? You're jumping up and down and you're dancing. I mean, is that what can we put in the model? Yeah, it's going to be you have a subjective expected return that's bigger, larger, right? And the pessimist has an expected return that is smaller. And actually, you don't put it in here. I mean, you don't have to put it in here, but there is empirical evidence that poorer people, lower education and poorer people are more pessimistic about returns, about expected returns. They expect lower stock returns. than more educated and richer people. Okay, but that you don't need to put here. Okay, using survey questions. So okay, so is this first part true? Well, this first part actually is pretty much true in the sense that both things operate on expected returns, on the size of expected returns. So if you have a fixed cost model, on the left-hand side, you put the fixed cost, and on the right-hand side, you put the expected return times planned stock holding. So either trust or pessimism operate on the size of this expected return. Now, the precise modeling is not identical, because for trust, you're putting this probability of being cheated, and one minus that. In the other, it's just an observation. It's just your level of expected return. But the bottom line is the same. The outcome of these two considerations is a lower expected return. Okay. And then, so that's correct, pretty much. And then using survey questions, we may be able to separate the two. So how would you, if you had to design a survey or a couple of questions, survey questions, to try to separate trust from pessimism, right? How would you do it? How do you think you would do it? Yeah, so how can you think of what they might be? How would you ask? So your objective is to differentiate between trust and pessimism, right? What can you do with a survey question?
For the trust, we ask things like how much are you worried about the risk of fraud or the stock market crash?
Yes, well, stock market crash is something different, because that's exogenous. You're not cheated, right? You're saying stock market crash is too big a thing. That's a disaster, right? So that would go more into perceiving a probability of disaster. Whereas with trust, you want a probability of being cheated, not getting exactly as much as you are owed, as your portfolio is worth, right? So, and how about pessimism?
What level of return to expect the market will give you for the next 5 years in the future?
Yes. So you specify a horizon and you say, what is your expected stock return over this horizon? It could be over next year, over the next 5 years, etc. And there you would see some people who are giving you higher numbers, other people are giving you lower numbers. So there are two things that immediately come to my mind. Either you stop there, you ask them the trust questions, you ask them, it could be the trust questions, it could be, what is the probability of being cheated, etc. It could be a more generic trust question, which is, do you trust others? Do you trust the stock market or not? Or how much do you trust the stock market? Okay. So these would be trust questions. And you would also have a subjective expected return question, right? So one possibility to see if this is coming from trust or from pessimism is to put in the regression, to put the subjective expectation and to also put the trust answer, right? And then you see if the outcome, stock market participation, is fully explained, is by the trust question, or if there is remaining, or if the trust variable is insignificant and it's only the expected return, or if both are significant, maybe there's somebody who doesn't trust and could also be pessimistic as well, right? So that would be, one way to do it with an economy of questions. You ask one subjective expectation question, you ask one trust question, you put them both in the regression. Probability of stock market participation, a probit, probability of stock market participation regressed on a bunch of characteristics, subjective return expectations, and trust. And then you see if both are statistically significant, if one is statistically significant, if neither is statistically significant, maybe there's another reason. They are not pessimistic, they trust others, and maybe they are too poor, right, to participate in the stock market or something like that, right? But that would be one. Another possibility, if you have, because each survey question costs, right? Costs time and money, and you are limited to the total duration of the interview. So you have to always decide what to put in, what to take out, what to omit. So if you have space, you can ask the trust question, you can ask the expected return question, and you can say what is the reason you are reporting this expected return, right? What are the reasons for reporting such expected return? And people may say, I don't trust the stock market. Other people may say, I don't think the stock market is going to do very well, right? So you could tell them apart. Okay. Yeah.
You say it's like we want to use like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's hard to measure.
So yes, it is hard to measure trust. So typically the variables are, they are not categorical. I mean, what you're saying is a categorical variable. The question is, would you say, the typical question, the most standard, would you say that others are to be trusted, or that you cannot be sufficiently careful about others, right? So it's one or the other. So then you get a dummy variable for trust. And if people are trusting, you get that, and the others get 0. You can, one way in which trust questions have evolved is to ask specific domains. So do you trust the stock market? Do you trust the European Central Bank, right? There are these things. Do you trust politicians? Do you trust policymakers? There are all sorts of so there is a whole literature on trust. So this is the easiest possibility, and it will get you the starkest differences. The other possibility, yes, is a categorical variable, right? So you write down others are to be trusted, right? And then you say, how much do you, on a scale from 1 to 5, where 1 is the lowest and 5 is the highest, how much do you agree with this statement, right? This is called the Likert scale, right? Have you seen this already? Likert scales? You have seen. So that's another way to ask it. And that's a categorical variable. You could do it like that. But most of the research in household finance goes with this 0, 1. And it's considered an improvement if you are closer to the domain that you are asking, trusting the stock market. Right? That would be more ideal than trusting others in general. Okay. And then, the third type possible type of question is, this interpreting the empirical results, a table of empirical results. So here, a researcher studies the role of education for the household decision to hold stocks. She wants to estimate a model that relates a dummy for stock holding, the dependent variable. So that's the participation dummy, right? 0, 1, to education. So college education normally. Controlling for, but you could also have a continuous variable for education. So these are the years of education, right? How many years you were in educational programs. I have a slight problem with that, but it's more of an anecdotal nature, and it's not taken seriously, and people ignore it in the empirical work. But sometimes people are more years in education because they keep failing, the years, right? So they are not more educated. So it's an imperfect proxy, but still it is used. Okay. Controlling for age, household size, gender, income, wealth, and country fixed effects if you have a panel of countries. Or if you have pooled, even if it's a cross-section, if you have, it would be country dummies, if you have pooled lots of countries together, the data. So the results of the corresponding probit are reported in columns 1 and 2 in table 1. The unit of analysis is a household. The main variable of interest is education that corresponds to the years of education of the household head, being the person in charge of household finances. Okay. Based on columns 1 and 2, discuss the sign, magnitude, and statistical significance, right? And, we can forget here in this question, we can forget 3 and 4. We can just focus on 1 and 2. Okay, so what do you see here? Stockholding participation is the dependent variable, but it's a probit, right? So you have coefficients on education, you have age, household size, male, gender, and then instead of stating all the income categories, all the income brackets, the researcher here says income controls, yes, is not very interested in the reporting the estimates in the income controls or in the wealth controls. But they should be stating if these are quartiles of the income distribution, they should be omitting 1 and putting the 3. Quartiles of the wealth distribution, omitting 1, putting the 3. And then country fixed effects, these are the country dummies because you have data coming from different countries. Okay, and what do you see here? You see, with the 3 asterisks, this is a statistically significant coefficient at the 1% confidence level. So strong statistical significance. Age and household size don't seem to matter, right? Are not statistically significant in this regression. Male gender does matter. So if the household head is male, people are more likely, the household is more likely to be investing in the stock market. So I think, I forget now if it was in our network meeting, 5 or 6 weeks ago, or if it was in the Colorado meeting last week. But there was a paper. There was a paper that was comparing 2 possible legal arrangements. So I don't know if you know what is the legal arrangement here in Vietnam for this case. So suppose a couple divorces, right? Then what do they get out of the things that they bought together, right? Not the things that they had before, out of the things they bought together. how are these divided between the two members of the household? Because in some countries or in some periods, they each get half, and in other countries or other periods, they can say, this is mine, this is hers, etc., and they divide like that. Do you know what is happening in Vietnam? Huh? It's 50-50 for the things that you do. Okay. So, this study compared uh, cases, households where the woman was the running finances, right? In one case versus the other case, right? And when the woman was running finances and each member, each spouse would get their own, right? Would not split equally. Yeah. The stock holdings and the stock market participation of that household was higher, right? So the woman, it was both, in both cases, it was a woman running, I think it was in Copenhagen, it was a woman running the household, running the finances of the household. And the one case was the man will get his and I get mine, right? The other case was we will split. So when they were going to split, the woman was more risk averse because she would lose. You know, if they were putting a lot in stocks, she would get, her half would also be smaller. When they were going separately, she was thinking, to hell with him, you know, he's going to lose. I don't care, right? Let him invest more in stocks, right? So that was, you know, you can get with this intra household, if you get the right data, you can get lots of fun results as well. So anyway, so here, male gender, this is, it's a typical finding that men are more likely to be investing in the stock market than women. So there is a gender wealth gap. There is a gender gap in stock market participation, and lots of studies are currently trying to figure out where it's coming from. And it's a very much an open issue. So some people say that it's about testosterone, right? So that men are less risk averse, more willing to take risks. And other people are saying, and especially women, it's not about testosterone, it's about, you know, the future labor income prospects of a woman versus a man. And then the woman, because she will have more obligations in the future and maybe not such an easy labor market experience, the woman is less willing to take risks because of that, primarily because of that and not because testosterone, right? So these are open questions, lots of studies. Okay, so how would you interpret it here? Obviously that, you know, controlling for other factors, the more educated people are more likely to be participating in the stock market. And it would be good to state it in a way that's more neutral. I mean, we used to be freer in how we were stating. So here now you would say there is a positive correlation between college education and stock market and the probability for stock market participation. That would be the safest way to state it, that these things are positively correlated. And this way you avoid the issue of, you know, is this an exogenous effect, or, you know, are both of these things? I mean, I told you before the polygenic scores, for example. So the more able people are more likely to be educated, more likely to be participating in the stock market, but education is not the cause. So the safest way to state it is there's a positive correlation, right? Now, what are these marginal effects at the mean? So have you done marginal effects in Probit and Logit, etc.? Have you? No, you haven't. Okay. So the problem, say, for example, with probit estimation is that the function is nonlinear. So these coefficients, you can't interpret them. This 0.047, what does that mean? You can't interpret that because it's a nonlinear function which is being estimated there. So you want to convert your results to changes in probabilities of participation, okay? So the way you do it is you estimate, I mean, you can push a button now in Stata and it will do it, but to understand how this is done is you estimate your probit, you have your coefficients there, right? And then you say, let me take a household and let me consider two cases. The household doesn't have college education, so this dummy variable is 0. And the other case is the household has college education, the dummy is 1. So I compute the probability of that the household would be participating in the stock market without college education and compare it to the probability with college education. And the other characteristics are the same, right? The only thing, that's why it's called the marginal effect. It's the effect of changing one factor, one variable, not the others, right? Are you with me? Are you without me? Yes? So the marginal effect is the change in the probability of participation going from, in this case, no college education to college education for given other characteristics, okay? But now there are two ways in which you can compute these marginal effects. And also Stata will distinguish between the two. And this distinction has to do with the variables, the levels that you use for the other variables, not for college, for the other variables. So what this table is reporting is marginal effects at the mean, which means what? You take the no college, right? But for all the other x's, you use the population averages. So for instance, household size, you plug in the population average, from your sample. Male gender, you put what is most prevalent there. What would characterize more than 50% of the people? You would put average income, you would put average wealth, etc. And then you would go from no college to college, and you would keep all the other variables at the mean. And that's why these are called marginal effects at the mean, right? So that's choice number 1. This used to be the standard choice, right? So people were reporting typically marginal effects at the mean. There is a more modern alternative, which nowadays we prefer more, and that is, what is the problem with marginal effects at the mean? The problem is you are creating monsters, right? So maybe, the average age is very high, but the average income is low, or I don't know what other variables you have there, and you are and then you have single people, one member household on average. I mean, I don't know, and then you have average family size suggesting. So marital status, single, average family size, I don't know, suggesting it is married. I mean, they are, weird combinations, and you're not captured. So the average person doesn't exist, basically. The average household doesn't exist. That's the problem, right? And proponents or users of this say, yeah, but it's a benchmark. But what many people do now is to say, okay, let's look at the data and let's compute the probability of participation for each X that we have, each household that we have in the data under these two cases. The household doesn't have a college degree and it has all its other characteristics. The household has the college degree and it has all its other characteristics. So we get a marginal effect for each household, right, in the data. And then we take the average of those, right? So this is the average marginal effect. So you have marginal effect at the mean and you have average marginal effect, right? And typically now in more modern papers, we report average marginal effects. And it has an easier interpretation. That's the change in status associated with education on average, right? Okay. Fine. Any questions? You are fine. The windows are locked. You cannot jump out. No? Okay. Okay, very good. So let's go back to the peer effects. Or do you want the break now? You want the break now, I see. Or shall we go? Let's keep pushing because then it's less time afterwards, after the break. Okay. Okay. So I continue with examples of peer effects. So we saw the consumption. So how about financial asset behavior? So here you have this example, you bump into the Joneses a lot. This is the sociability paper that I had talked about. So that was actually a very early paper on peer effects where they were observing very little, right? They were not observing any interactions, anything. They were just asking people whether they were participating, whether they were going to church often, whether they were participating in voluntary activities often, etc. So basically, how frequently they were interacting with others. So for the US data, you get stronger effects in US states that have greater stockholding participation. So the sociability indicator is the average sociability indicator is bigger in states that have bigger stock market participation. But they couldn't get more data or get closer to what's going on. There is but the interpretation is that you bump into others and they tell you, and then they lower your fixed costs. Maybe you're learning from them and you're lowering the fixed costs of entry and participation, or you have these, you're not learning and you're imitating them, and there's no way to tell what's going on here except to point out that it's the case. And the other thing that I haven't noted here is they found these effects were present for widely held assets. So if there was an asset that very few people in a state were holding, then going to church is not going to inform you about that asset, because the probability of meeting somebody who knows about this asset or who holds this asset is very low, right? So that was the first thing. Now, there is a problem here, the sociability indicator. So they put this sociability indicator also in share. Remember, this is the primarily European data set of 50 plus, and they are asking them how sociable they are, whether they go to church or whether they volunteer often, etc. And you have northern countries and you have southern countries. And southern countries in Europe, like Greece and Italy and Spain and southern France, etc., people are very often out and interacting with others. It's like Vietnam. I think you guys are very sociable. I saw lots of people out on the pavement at night, eating with their friends, etc., right? Very sociable. But actually, the survey data for the southern countries in share shows that the northerners are more sociable rather than the southerners. And having lived in the north, I can tell you they are not. They are not more sociable than the southerners. But what is the difference? The difference is that the northerners are more likely to volunteer, to participate in, some organized social groups, etc. Whereas the southerners are more like, let's go out on Saturday or let's go out tomorrow, not in a formal way. So they are answering no to all of these questions about whether they participate in the formal groups, but they are also more sociable than the northerners. So why am I saying this? If you are going to do this type of analysis, think about these considerations as well. Cross-country cultural considerations in interpreting, the findings or the data. Okay. Now, here we go to more nuanced, better data, right? So the Joneses hold risky assets and you follow their example. So what is that? In other words, that's the endogenous peer effects, right? That's the endogenous peer effects case. Duflo says, so these are the papers that I was mentioning, right? The paper that is so fantastic in explaining peer effects is this one, the 2002, the librarians and retirement product. So, but this one is cleaner. So this one is cleaner. This one is better at explaining the peer effects generally, but ignore how negative they are about exogenous or contextual peer effects. Okay, so what did they do there? So they got data on librarians in a big US university, right? So librarians get allocated, assigned to different libraries. Each faculty has its library. Each college has its library. There are many libraries in the university. So they get hired centrally, okay? So they have similar qualifications, right? And career objectives. So maybe similar preferences, right? And then they are assigned to different libraries. So it's not like that they start walking and talking to all the possible colleagues and they choose the library. They get exogenously assigned to peers, right? They don't choose their peers. Remember what I told you about homophily? They don't choose their peers. They are assigned to peers, right? And then they consider a relatively recent new pension product, right? New pension product. Why is that useful? Because you can assume that people didn't know about this product before going to the libraries and talking to the others, right? If you say stockholding, they may have known about stocks for many years, some of them, others not, whatever. But it's a new pension product. So what they find, the hardcore finding from that paper is that people who are assigned to libraries where a bigger share of the colleagues are holding this product, they become more likely to hold this product. Okay? So if more of your peers are holding this product, you are more likely to hold this product. Okay? So here you have a situation in which they are really working on common backgrounds, etc. So they are thinking, let's not compare more educated people to less educated people or things like that. Let's take people with similar X's, because they cannot observe the X's, right? They cannot observe lots of the household characteristics, but they can only observe what the personnel office has, right? So yeah, age, income, maybe education, etc. But by picking a particular occupation, a particular set of professionals in a particular university, you are sort of fixing, comparing comparable people, with comparable backgrounds, comparable aspirations, objectives, and all of that. And then, their idea was, okay, let's differentiate only the environment to which they are exposed, and only in the sense, these libraries are very similar, right? So it's not like a good library and a bad library. I mean, they all belong to the same university. So the key differentiating factor is how many other people are there, right? And you will see, if you read the paper, and I recommend you read the paper because it's beautifully written, you will see how much work they do to rule out other things. So they don't want external effects. They don't want that you learn something from your colleagues who don't hold the product. They want to show that you are following others, that there are endogenous peer effects. Okay, so the 2003 paper is more nuanced, is cleaner in some sense, although this one is pretty clean as well. But okay, so what do they consider? Monetarily incentivized participation in a seminar on tax-deferred accounts. So tax-deferred accounts are these retirement, Pillar 3, Pillar 2, Pillar 3 retirement accounts that they are not taxed when you invest, but they are taxed when you get the pension, right? These are the tax-deferred accounts that I was talking about. So there is a seminar on tax-deferred accounts, right? And then they give you a monetary incentive. They tell you, if you go to that seminar, we'll give you, I don't know, $10, right? So there's a monetary incentive to go to that seminar. Okay. The presence, the incentive and the seminar, this is randomly, the access to the seminar and the incentive is randomly allocated across departments and members. So some people get the announcement and the incentive, and others do not, right? So there will be people in the same department and some will get it, others not. There will be people in the same institution, some departments will get it, others will not, right? So you have the treatment and the control group, right? This an RCT, treatment and control. Okay. So what do they show? That access to this thing influences non-participants in targeted departments. Okay. So to say that attendance of the seminar influences those who went to the seminar is kind of trivial because they learned, right? And moreover, why did they go to the seminar? Okay, maybe the $10, but maybe they are also more likely to be interested in that, and that's why they went to the seminar. So to find an effect on the people who attended the seminar and got the incentive is not such a fantastic finding. Okay, you would expect that. But what they're finding is that there are effects on the people who didn't go to the seminar and were there, right? So that's more, that's a stronger finding on peer effects, right? That the others who didn't participate were influenced by their peers who participated. Okay. Another paper by Kaustia and Knupfer is quite well known, 2011. So, and by the way, you should, I mean, it's good to try to remember names for your own sake, but I don't take points off if you don't write in which paper this is, right? So don't go bananas over that. Okay, so Kausen and Knupfer, so they match individuals to the peers located in the same zip code. So they have zip code level data, postal code, right? That's the zip code in the US. So what they find is that positive recent stock returns on the aggregate stock portfolio of households in the zip code influence the individual-centric decision. So if the average returns in stockholding returns, recent stock returns in the overall area that you live in, right? Your close neighbors, if they are higher and you live in that area, then you are more likely to participate in the stock market. Okay, so the idea here is, or the intended interpretation is, that you are more likely to hear from, your neighbors about their successes in the stock market, and you're more likely to participate. Now, how do they really support? How do they support this interpretation? Because, the mechanism is important. So they look at areas with better opportunities for social learning and areas with less opportunities for social learning. So maybe they look at areas which have these social clubs, they have the restaurants, they have the facilities for people to interact, and then they compare them to areas which are purely residential, each is on his or her own, and there isn't much interaction within those areas, and they are finding the effects to be stronger in the areas where there are more possibilities for interaction. They are testing whether there is a symmetric discouragement effect when people experience negative returns. So in periods and in areas that have experienced negative returns, do they find a smaller participation probability? And they don't find that. So what does this suggest? This suggests that people are happy to share their successes, but they are not talking about their failures, right? So they're happy to say, oh, I made so much money in the stock market. But whenever they lose money, they don't say, oh, I lost so much money. No, they shut up, okay? So you get the positive effect only for positive experiences, right? They had to rule out, too loud? Ah, very interesting, too loud. Okay, they had to rule out market returns, if the overall market returns were positive as opposed to the local stock return. I mean, the stock returns in the local portfolios, because, if the aggregate market returns are higher, then maybe people learned from that, not from their peers. They had to control for media coverage. So could it be that, the newspapers were writing these things as opposed to, so that's an information newspaper effect rather than peer interaction effect. So they could control for that. Local stocks. So is it the case that local stocks did better And then, these people come across the owners of the local companies and they find out from that, not from the portfolios of others, and they could rule that out as well. It was not about local stocks, it was about returns on the whole portfolio, omitted local variables, common environment variables, short sales constraints, and stock purchases within households that, one member of the household versus another, they could control or rule out these effects, and it was more a neighborhood effect, a peer effect, being influenced by the positive gains of the peers. So these were for financial assets. How about real asset behavior? And here is another famous paper by Bailey, Cow, Kuchler, and Strobel, and that's in Journal of Political Economy 2018. So they use Facebook data, and this guy Bailey works for Facebook, right, for Meta. So he gave them the data. So they did an interesting experiment. Now with Facebook, the friends, right? I mean, if you have the Facebook data, for every person, the friends, right? And where the friends are roughly located, in what region they are located, okay? So they looked at your distant friends. What was happening in the housing markets of your distant friends? Not your housing market. Your housing market, you might have learned from, 100 different ways. But what was happening, you live in New York and your friend is in California, what has been happening in the California housing market? And they found that if your distant friends experienced house price increases, right, in their area, then, which is unrelated to your area, the house price trends there are not linked to your local house price trends, but they experienced house price increases, you are more likely to buy a house, and conditional on buying a house, you are willing to pay more money to buy the house. Okay? Okay? So, what's the mechanism, right? They cannot observe the mechanism, right? They cannot observe the mechanism. They cannot observe what's in people's heads. So they collected some survey data, not for all of these people, they couldn't do that, but they collected some survey data there that supports their hypothesis. Their hypothesis must be, right? What is the hypothesis? You hear that house prices have gone up in this distant market. This changes your expected future house prices in your area, right? And because you expect house prices to go up, you say to yourself, this is the time to buy, right? And because you know that house prices have gone up there, you are willing to pay more because, it's more acceptable to you to pay more, right? For the house, right? So it has to go, their preferred interpretation is it goes through expectations, but they don't measure expectations for the entire sample. Ideally, they would measure expectations for the entire sample, but they got some survey evidence that interaction raises house price expectations, even regardless of the house price correlation between that group, that location, and your location. We lost her. We lost her. That's it. We lost her. Okay. We lost her very decisively. Okay. Okay, how about debt behavior? I told you about debt behavior. So this was the first paper that got written in peer effects on debt behavior. So as a result, it has gotten some citations. So we published it in 2014. So we used the Dutch National Bank survey. And the beautiful thing in the Dutch National Bank survey is psychologists participated in drawing the questions of the survey. And they did that in the 90s. And I had met those psychologists where they were putting us in a room in the 90s, economists and psychologists, and we were having joint conferences. And the joint conferences were pathetic. Whenever we were presenting, the psychologists were laughing. And when the psychologists were presenting, we were laughing. They didn't go anywhere. But the psychologists had a brilliant input in the design of the survey of household finances for the Netherlands. And that survey, the Dutch National Bank survey, is freely available. You can download it. It's panel data, and it has lots of psychological variables in there. Also, self-control variables and things like that. So one of a set of variables that they thought to ask, a set of questions they thought to ask, was how do you see your peers, right? How do you see your peers? You describe your peers, right? You describe your peers. So in particular, the question that we use here was, what is the average income of your peers, right? Tell us the average income of the people you go out with, the people you bump into in everyday life, right? Now, is this a correct variable? Maybe not, right? But it is your perception. And that perception of how rich your peers are is what matters for your decisions, right? Okay. So what we found was that if you perceived your peers to be richer than you, because you are also reporting your own income in the survey, right? We have your own income and we have the perceived income of your peers. So if you are reporting an income which is lower than the perceived income of your peers, then you are more likely to borrow. So that's participation in debt. And conditional on borrowing, you are more likely to borrow more, right? To have a larger borrowing amount. And we even looked at debt to income ratios or debt service to income ratios, and you are making those higher as well, right? So conditional on borrowing, you're more likely to have a higher debt to income ratio, which suggests more likely financial problems in the future, right? So perceiving yourself as poorer than your peers gets you to over indebtedness, to over borrow, right? But the effect is not symmetric. So if you believe that you are richer than your peers, you don't borrow less, right? So that doesn't make you borrow less. It's only when you feel poorer that you borrow more. But if you feel richer, you don't borrow less, right? It's an asymmetric effect that only goes from, I have to keep up with my peers. It's not, I can afford not to spend so much. No, that doesn't work. Okay? And, the fun thing here also is you may be thinking, these are the poor driving the result. But actually, we found it across all income groups. It wasn't just the poor. So you can be very rich. But if somebody is richer, if you're going out with even richer people, then you are more likely to borrow, right? Even if you're rich, right? Even if you're quite rich. Okay. There was another very nice paper independently from us in 2016 in the Review of Economics and Statistics. And they looked at what happens if you are located in an area where the high-income people, the neighbors, the high-income neighbors have higher income levels, right? So you are in an area, and there will always be some high-income people in that area, and you are poorer than those. the comparison is not that you are poorer, but you are comparing people who are like this with people who are in another area which is like that. You see what I mean? So the high income people in the other area have higher incomes relative to those, as opposed to, more reasonable level of high income. You see what I mean? So it's the level of the high income people. How rich are the rich in your area? That's the question, right? So non-rich households consume a larger share of current income when exposed to higher income at the top of the local income distribution. So those who are put in an area where the rich are very rich are going to consume a larger share of current income, save less, right? And then the question is, controlling, of course, for all the characteristics, etc. So that's a relative and an exposure effect. And the question is, you may say, okay, let them consume more. Why do we care? I mean, maybe they are happier this way. So they got, the household finance question, of course, is how do they finance this consumption, right? How do they finance this consumption? So they got some indirect evidence, not perfect evidence, that the non-rich may have relied on easier credit for this. So they may have borrowed more, right, to be able to consume more. Okay. A very clean paper is this Agarwal-Miket-Skolnick paper, RFS 2020, that was inspired, and they are graciously sort of acknowledge this from both of our papers. And what do they consider? And now you see, how they sharpen the design and the kind of data that they are able to use. So they found lottery winners as well, and that's an exogenous wealth shock, right? So that's an exogenous wealth shock. So they had data on lottery winners and on their neighbors, right? So what they found was that the size of a lottery win, how big the wealth shock is by one neighbor, increases subsequent borrowing and bankruptcies among other neighbors. So not only borrowing, but also bankruptcies, right? So they could get data on bankruptcies as well, which are very rare. So they could establish both. And then the neighbors become more likely to engage in what? What do? They do conspicuous consumption. You know what conspicuous consumption is? Consumption that everybody can see, right? So you buy the jewelry, you buy the big house, and you build the big house on the highway so that everybody sees your big house, right? You don't hide it in some neighborhood or whatever. You put it where everybody can see it. So they were more likely to engage in conspicuous consumption and to have more risk in their financial portfolios in the hope of higher expected returns. Okay? So that's, I think quite interesting facts about, how peer effects can influence debt behavior. Okay, so we can stop here and come at 10 to 3. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so those were the examples. No, yes, we have everything. Those were the examples. So now let's go to the question, when we are doing peer research, how do we define the relevant peer circle? And of course, a lot depends on the data that we have, right? What kind of data we have. So the problems that are special to household finance are that typically for anonymization and confidentiality, the first thing that gets removed is the location information, right? Because, the issue is that if I know, that this person lives there, then I can identify that person, especially if I see, details of that person's or that household's, finances. The other issue is household finances are not widely discussed, right? So how would you know? I mean, if it's me having a big house, you can see it, right? So conspicuous consumption, you can see it. It's designed to be seen, to be shown. But how are you going to find out how much money I have invested in stocks, right? And even more so, how are you going to find out how much money I owe to others or to the bank or whatever? This is very private information. And in fact, in this paper we did with French data, we asked people, with how many do you interact, do you discuss finances? And they said out of the 50 people on average that they had in their social circle, they would talk only with about 3 to 4 people max about their finances. So that is also an issue. If we are going to establish peer effects, it's not enough to say that these people are interacting. Ideally, we would want to know if they are sharing information about finances. So your social circle may be different from your financial circle, so to speak. And then, yeah, as I have already mentioned, that financial assets and debts are not directly observed. So a number of approaches have been followed in response to these generic issues. So defining the relevant peer circle, one approach, whoever, right? Whoever you meet is your peer. So you focus then on the probability of meeting anybody and the share of holders of the particular asset in the state. So like in this Hong Kubik and Stein thing, the sociability was controlling the probability of meeting anybody, right? And then how widely held the asset was in the state was controlling the second part. So the probability of meeting somebody times the share of holders in the state, in some sense, is the probability of meeting, govern the probability of meeting a product holder. And in states where this probability is bigger, and for people for whom this probability is bigger, we would expect to find bigger participation. So that's the least demanding, right? Then another approach that has been taken is whoever I say your peer is, then is your peer, right? And you assume a social circle, right? You assume a social circle. And typically, how do we do that? Well, I mean, we know about homophily. So suppose we have no information on your peer group, who is in your peer group. We know about homophily. So typically, we would get the data and we would say, okay, I will take the people who are in the same age range as you are and in the same education level as you are. And maybe if we have more information about occupation or region or whatever, we can, cut it more precisely. So that, if you can't do anything else, that is an approach. But of course, if I take, say, the Vietnamese data and I want to find your peers, and I take your age range and I say, okay, people in your age range and your educational level are your peers. I mean, 99% of these people you have never met and you will never meet, right? So it's not so simple. Of course, what you are banking on is that the average behavior of these people will be captured, will be true also for the people that you do meet, right? So it's not such a crazy assumption to assign similar people to you. So it's arbitrary, and of course, it's wide open to common preferences and shocks criticism. Because how are you choosing these people, right? How am I choosing these people to assign to you? I'm saying that there are people who are similar to you, right? In fundamental characteristics like age and education. So they are very likely to be having similar preferences to you, and very likely to be having the same occupational challenges and opportunities that you are having. So it's not a great approach, but if you can't do anything else, then a second approach is to say locational proximity, right? So your neighbors are your peers, the people that you bump into, right? Likely to bump into. So people have considered the place of employment, so librarians and retirement plans, right? So these, the fellow librarians are the people you're very likely to bump into. I mentioned zip code information. So these are the neighborhoods, right? And in some data sets, especially Scandinavian data sets, where they don't mind sharing the location, the exact location of households, you can get that information about the peers. And in some cases, like this paper that I will talk about, this is our refugee paper. We had the exact address, the exact apartment that the refugees were actually placed in, right? So we can tell who else is on the same floor. I mean, this is unbelievable, right? And you would not get it generally, certainly not in Europe with GDPR, confidentiality and privacy regulations. But you may be able to get it in very specific data sets. So your neighbors. Of course, I told you a challenge with that. Are your neighbors your peers? I told you my neighbors are not my peers, right? But maybe I'm weird, right? I'm unusual that way. So it's not a bad assumption. And in practice, it is not a bad assumption. Now, a big challenge here is that you choose where to live. I mean, in democratic societies, you have a choice of where you are located. And if there is homophily, then you are likely to choose to locate with similar peers, where people of your age and education are living, right, are also located. So you run into this problem of endogenous choice of peers, common preferences, common shocks. Ideally, we would like, from an econometric point of view, we would like to be randomly allocated to neighborhoods, right? So we would be put on a helicopter, and then with parachutes, we would be parachuting in randomly to different neighborhoods, and that's the ideal world of an econometrician. But normally, that's not how things work. Now, we used refugees here, a refugee sample, primarily because the refugees were allocated to whichever department randomly became available, right? So they were not choosing where to locate. They were sent there, and they had no financial means to go anywhere else. So they were making them an offer they could not refuse, basically. Have you watched The Godfather? Have you watched The Godfather, the film? Yes, an offer that they cannot refuse. So this is a reference to The Godfather. Okay. So this is what we have used. Excuse me. This is what we have used, and we had all the data that the allocation agencies had. That the data is also available to researchers, and these people, the refugees, got tracked. Their movements got tracked over a 20-year period. It's amazing, the data. But normally you don't. This is not how people choose. This is not how people locate. Okay. Then what's a third approach? So neighborhood is a second approach. Whoever you say is your peer, right? So I'm not going to decide. I'm not going to look at your neighbors. I don't know who these people are that you're referring to. But if you say that they are your peer, your peers, then I believe you. Okay. So here is I told you that what we did in the debt paper, so use survey information on how respondents perceive their peers. Unfortunately, the only survey, population-wide survey I know that does this is this Dutch National Bank survey, the one for the Netherlands. It's a great one because you can also get permission, or some people can get permission, maybe you have to be Dutch to get permission, to link it to other data sets. So the Netherlands really got ahead in this respect. So respondents report perceived characteristics of their peers. And how are the peers defined? Your circle of acquaintances, that is the people with whom you associate frequently, such as friends, neighbors, acquaintances, or maybe people at work. This is the definition of peers. And then they ask you, what's your perceived average household income of the peers, right? But they also ask you, what is the average age of your peers, household size, education, kind of employment, hours of work distinguished by gender. These things have not been used. I mean, we used the household income, but these things have not been used. In principle, they could be used to do other types of research, answer different questions. Okay, what are the advantages here of this approach? The interaction is established. You don't have to prove that people are interacting. The people that you say are their peers are interacting with the subjects. The subjects themselves say that they're interacting. And secondly, it is what, with neighbors, right? With neighbors, I'm observing maybe their objective characteristics, and I'm assuming that the people located next to them are also observing the objective characteristics of the neighbors, right? But maybe they are not. Maybe they are, the subjects that I'm considering, maybe they have misperceptions about what's going on with their neighbors. Like the entire town thought that the guy with the Maserati was a very rich guy, and he wasn't, right? So what is more important, to know the truth about the guy, like I did, or to know what people in the town thought about the guy? But it is what they thought that determines their behavior. It is not the truth that I know, right? So I would rather know what people think about their peers than what the objective information of the peers is. Now, if I can know both, so much the better. But if I have to make a choice, I prefer to know what their perceptions and not the truth. Okay. And of course, the limitations are we cannot check directly the accuracy of the perceptions. We cannot answer the question, are they right or wrong? And it's not obvious how they acquired these peers. So if they were exogenously assigned, like, you were assigned to a library and you didn't choose the other people around you, or whether you actively chose where to locate, where to work, where to interact. So these are limitations of the approach. But it's actually, quite nice, quite useful. Fourth possibility. Whoever you say is relevant for your finances, right? So here is the paper that we published in 22 with the French data, and we got to add some questions to an existing French survey, and we asked, people a number of things, but including what is the size of your overall social circle? How many people do you socially interact with? And I told you the average was about 50, so there were 53 people. And then we asked them, how many people do you talk with about your finances, right? So that is your financial circle. And the size of the financial circle correlates positively with being younger, a saver, and with larger wealth, but it is of the order of 3 to 5 people, no more than that, right? And what we found in that paper was that it was the financial circle and not the outer circle, the rest of the social circle, that influence subjective return expectations, stock holding participation, and portfolio share. So what matters, so you see, if you are with your neighbors, right, and I'm looking at all your neighbors, what matters ideally is only the subset of the neighbors with whom you are talking about finances, right? And I don't know who these people are and how big they. So I'm talking always in probabilistic terms when I look at neighbors. But when I ask people directly, they tell me, right? Okay, so this was who are your peers, right? Now we go to a different question. Okay, so suppose you and your neighbors, right? Me not interacting with my neighbors. I know the name of one neighbor. I actually knew the name of two, but one has just moved. So now I know the name of one neighbor, and I couldn't care less about the others, right? Interacting with the others. So I don't have time anyway. So I'd rather come to Vietnam. Okay, good. So how do you establish that whoever you have defined as the peer circle has social interaction with the subjects that you are considering? So one is this sociability indicator, okay? But of course, that's very general. That's, probability. So this is the probability you will interact with somebody who has a product, but that's very probabilistic, very iffy. Okay. Then you say locational proximity. Well, you have to rule out other influences. I went through a long list of things that Kaustia and Knupfer had to rule out that may be going on in the neighborhood and may be contaminating your results. So you have to do some work and robustness checks to rule out other influences. Then something you will see when I talk about financial literacy externalities about our paper with the refugees is that we couldn't see if they were interacting or not. We just knew they were next to other people, right? And then what we did to handle this was to consider factors that varied the probability of interaction. So for example, we looked at areas which had more immigrants, more recent immigrants, and compared them to areas with fewer recent immigrants. So we found stronger effects in areas with lots of recent immigrants than in areas with fewer immigrants. So that was consistent with our argument that these effects are coming from interaction with the peers. Okay? So that's the varying the probability of interaction, locational proximity. The other thing is self-reported interaction. So people self-report, right? So this is DNB or the French data. In the survey, they tell you that they interact. Then the other thing is the Facebook. The other possibility is the Facebook data, right? So where you know that these are friends of the subjects, right? So there is Facebook interaction. And you can distinguish between local friends, distant friends, and all of that, okay? So maybe more and more such data become available, but in the end, we'll have Big Brother observing us and telling us, telling the world what we do in every minute, and that's that's a little bit scary. But of course, if you have such type of data from social interaction social media, right? I think social media data are fantastic in this respect because you get the likes that are proof of interaction and all the rest, right? Okay, then a second, a further way is to measure or induce interaction. And here are the experiments. And here we go more to the development literature that run household finance experiments. So here is a paper, you see Duflo in here as well, from 2013. So she's not a household finance researcher per se, she's a development researcher. And she really, and some others, introduced these randomized controlled trials in development economics and boosted the quality of development economics research dramatically. So that's why she got the Nobel Prize. Okay, so they looked at a village community. So they went to villages, 43 Indian villages, okay? And they asked people, whom do you interact with, right? Whom do you talk to? They went to each house and they asked, whom do you can do this thing in Vietnam, no? So they built a matrix, a social matrix for the village. And they found the people, the key central people, right? That the influencers, right? So the people who are, everybody's talking or many people are talking to those people, okay? So they computed this diffusion centrality. So how central are you to the social network? So if we give you information, is it going to spread to many people or is it going to be you and your spouse, so to speak, you and your immediate family, and nobody else will find out? So this, they could really draw this, and then they could do a field experiment where they fed this some information about a new product to the central people, and then they saw if this had effect, if the effect spread to others, right? Because that's a proof of a peer effects. But if it's a new product, they could not have found out from elsewhere. You're mapping the social network and you know the interaction. So you don't have to prove the interaction, you have mapped it. But it has to be an Indian village or a Vietnamese village, right? It cannot be done in Paris, right? Etc. Okay. Okay, so that's you can do a field experiment or you can do a laboratory experiment. And the laboratory experiment, you induce the interaction. You can control who interacts with whom, right? With new bits of information. And that, an example of that is this Econometrica 2014 paper. Okay. Then comes the question, and the referees are pushing and pushing. Then comes the question, what is the mechanism, right? Exactly how do the peer effects operate, right? How are you getting influenced? So in particular, these considerations I was talking about, do we learn from our peers or do we imitate them? So we have social learning, and we could say that mindful imitation is part of this social learning, right? We don't understand the basics, but we are imitating people who know what they are doing, or who we think they know what they're doing. And then social utility, that's another term that is being used in the literature, in the peer effects literature, or endorsement effects, or mindless imitation, right? So social learning is when you actually learn something, even through mindful imitation. Social security, you're just imitating, right? But further, there are further questions, right? Do we learn or do we imitate? There are further questions. If we learn, what do we learn, right? So is it the history, the data, like past returns, stock returns, for example? Expectations, do we learn what they expect about the market? We're influenced by that. Is there a process of how to behave conditional on data or expectations? What is that process? These are, quite difficult questions, and normally we don't know because we don't observe the text of the interaction, right? We don't record the interaction, what they are sharing. We cannot observe these things, and maybe, thank God, we cannot observe these things. Otherwise, we would be going everywhere with cameras, right? So such distinctions are useful for understanding the nature of endogenous effects, differentiating between exogenous and endogenous effects, and of course for policy conclusions. Okay, so the mechanism is important, but it's the most difficult to figure out. Okay, so let's see some examples of inspecting the mechanism, right? So here is when the information flow is tightly controlled. So let's go to the Indian villages. That could be Vietnamese villages. Okay. So small villages and a new product. So it's brand new. So nobody knows about it, right? Nobody has found out about this. There's no chance that people have found out about this before through other channels. So you control the channel completely because you know whom you are telling this to, and you know with whom they interact because because you have drawn the social matrix, right? So in this paper, a provider of a microfinance product approached opinion makers in the village, and what the researchers found was that the centrality of approached individuals influenced the size of the effect on overall participation. So if you're talking to people who talk to lots of other people, you are more likely to increase participation by more, right? If you're talking to people who are not central, participation increases by less. So that's a very good indication that peer effects matter. People talk. So you might be saying, okay, I'm going to talk to only three people, and I'm going to measure participation afterwards, after 2 weeks or something. So if these people are central, you're finding participation goes up a lot. If these people are non-central, participation goes up very little. So how did it happen? Well, it must have happened through interaction, right? Spread of information. A microfinance participant is 7 times as likely to inform another network member compared to a non-participant. So now you're talking to these people, right? You're telling them about the product, but they don't have to buy your product. You're a microfinance provider. You go and tell some people that this product exists and describe the product. They don't have to participate, right? It's up to them. So the second finding is the people who also chose to participate were more effective in communicating to others, persuading others, right? So knowing about the product and holding the product is more effective in convincing others to participate. Just knowing the product, less effect, but not buying it, not owning it, less effect here. Non-participants are a majority, so they account for 1/3 of the total informedness and participation. So it's not that non-participants who didn't buy the product are irrelevant. They are the majority, right? But the others are much more effective in getting their peers to participate. Now, given that a household is informed, its participation is not significantly dependent on the participation share of its peers, so no endorsement. So what they found, what these people found, was that if the household is informed, its participation is not significantly dependent on how many others of the peers are informed. So there is no endorsement effect in this study. That's what they found. There is no endorsement effect. But this is not, so you're not imitating others, in other words. But this is not a very robust, this was probably true in this particular case, but it's not a universally robust statement. Like we compare this situation where there is a field experiment in a new product, and that's in Brazil now. So they did a field experiment in a Brazilian financial brokerage, and they selected some people and they did an experiment, right? So it's not like talking to a village or something like that, but these are all financial brokerage account holders, right? So this is actually neat because they tried to decompose the two effects, the effect of knowing about the preferences, the effects that somebody wants the product, knows about the product, wants the product, versus somebody who has the product, right? So they got pairs of these account holders, they got them together, and they randomize whether the first pair member who wants the asset gets the asset. So in other words, they form pairs, right? And these are going to be the interacting peers, right? They tell one person about a brand new product. So the other person clearly doesn't know anything about that product, but this person does, right? And they ask that person, do you want to buy this product or not, right? And suppose, if the person says they don't want to buy the product, forget it. If the person says that they want to buy the product, there is a probability that they will get the product. They don't give it to everybody. They draw a lottery, and maybe say 50% get it, of those who want it get it, and the other 50% don't get it, or any other probability, right? So there is the information aspect, knowing about the product. There is a second level, I know about the product and I want the product. And there's a third level, I have the product. So I know, I want, I have, right? Okay. And now they randomized on whether the second peer member, now they are going to match these people, right? So they randomized whether the second peer member was told anything about the first. So there was a control group where the second peer was not told anything about the first. They were just told about the product. Do you want it? Do you blah, blah. Okay. That's the control group. Then they had another treatment where they told the second member that the first member wants the product. They didn't tell them if they have the product or not. They said, your peer wants this product, was told about the product, wants this product. Do you want it, right? In the first case, they don't say anything about the peer. Do you want it? The second case, your peer wants this product. Do you want it? And in the third treatment group, they said, your peer has this product. Do you want it? Okay? So what did they find? So they can separate the contribution of information and of participation of the first peer on the participation of the second peer, right? Okay. So so they found actually that this third, I mean, we're going to come back to the results, but that this third treatment works is significant. So in other words, knowing that the other person wants the product has an effect. Knowing that the other person wants the product and has the product has a bigger effect, right? So there is the endorsement effect on top of the information effect, right? Because the wants is information. Okay, this is a good product. Your friend thinks this is a good product. So you're learning from your friend that this is a good product. But has the product, that brings in the endorsement effect, the imitation as well. And they separate the two. So I thought, this was quite ingenious, how to decompose these effects. But you can do this when you can fully control the flow of information, right? If you were letting these people interact out there, you don't know what they will share, with each other. Now, oops. Okay, so what's the problem? If we continue with this tight control of information, you have to have very special conditions. How can you tightly control the information that somebody gets about a financial product? So remote villages, yes, this works. Restrictive experimental settings, it works. Previously unknown products. You have to have previously unknown products, because if I tell you stocks, or if I tell you mutual funds, you may have heard about mutual funds in 5 million different ways. I'm not controlling the information to you, even if I put you in a lab, right? Even in a laboratory, I'm not controlling the information that you're getting. So it seems that, it's quite restrictive what you're applying. And then you are going, okay, ruling out previous knowledge if you have established products. And then you're going to Indian villages, right? And I want to find out what's happening in Paris, right? But an Indian village is very different from Paris, right? There are cultural differences. I mean, we spend a whole section on cultural effects and cultural differences. How can I learn from the Indian villages and say that this is going to happen in the center of Paris with French people? It's very difficult, right? So they are nice, they are interesting. You can, econometricians can get their kicks out of that, but external validity, that, these things can be widely applied, you have to think about. Okay, so this is a limitation. This is not to say that they are uninteresting, right? But there are limitations as well, issues to consider. Okay, now when the flow of information is not tightly controlled, how can we inspect the mechanism? And here is, the approach that I told you before that applies also to probability of interaction. Vary the probability of interaction. So in this paper that we did, we said the question was, is refugee household financial behavior causally influenced over the longer horizon by financially literate neighbors? So this is financial literacy externalities. So what we showed there was that if you are a refugee placed next in a neighborhood where the share of people with business and economics education is higher, right? So there are more people with business and economics education around you, and you are parachuted into such a neighborhood, then 10 to 20 years later, you are more likely to be holding stocks and to be saving for retirement. Okay? So that was the nice thing. And John Campbell, who is a Harvard professor, major figure in household finance, when I first told him about this paper, he said, you should publicize this paper because this is the only paper I know which says that it's good to have economist friends, right? So this is good for our social life, right? But yes, being placed next to economists makes you more likely to participate in the stock market and save for retirement 10 to 20 years later. So how did we, of course, we cannot control the flow of information here, right? So what did we vary? We varied attitudes to immigrants. So we found that in areas where people, Swedes were more open to immigrants, the effects were bigger, right? Because they were more likely to talk to refugees. Having children, that's a big one. Having children, refugees who had children were more likely to learn from their neighbors. And why is that? Because having children means that you have to interact with the parents of the other children. You go to the schools and there are all these children parties and you have to take them and you have to stand there in the party, right? So you have to talk to the others, right? But if you don't have children, you don't have to do that. So people who are interacting more, we found the effects were stronger on them. And then how many economists are in the area? So we found that you need to have a critical mass of such people for effects to show, right? So we only got the effects in areas that had a considerable share of financially literate neighbors. And financially knowledgeable recent immigrants in the neighborhood, as I told you, the share of those recent immigrants are more likely to be talking to these refugees. So where this share was bigger, then the refugees were more likely to exhibit results, effects 10 to 20 years later. So the likelihood of interaction matters in a plausible direction in all of these cases. So that suggests that the result comes from interaction and not from other reasons, even though you can't take a video. Okay. Digging further, right? So we actually looked at the education of refugee households, right? So inspecting the mechanism, right? What is relevant for the mechanism? So we looked at the education of refugee households and we looked at the content of neighbor education. So what we found was for this effect to be present, right? For this effect to be present from the knowledgeable neighbors to the refugees themselves have to be educated. So the effect was present for college-educated refugees, but not for the others. Why? Because it's not only a matter of what you hear, what your peers are telling you, but it's also a matter of what you are able to understand, right? So it's not enough to be next to knowledgeable people, you have to be able to understand them. And then also the content of neighbor education. So that's good for economists. So we looked at, maybe is it about having a college degree? Is that what matters? And we looked at other quantitative degrees, but non-economics, non-business, but quantitative, engineering, other things, sciences. There was an effect, much smaller effect. So these are smart people, they know how to search, but they don't know enough about business and economics, so they had a smaller effect on the refugees. So it's still a good idea to go out with us, right, with economists. And then we also looked at people who had college degrees, but in non-quantitative, in the humanities and the arts, etc. Useless, zero effect, right? Because they don't know how to add, right? And subtract. I'm exaggerating. But, they don't have the knowledge to contribute about, finances and about stock markets, etc. So it's not about the level of education of the neighbors, it's about the content of education. That's what you're getting out of them, right? So there's both the ability to transmit and the ability to process that matter. But this raises something that we also found out, we're finding out in our current research now with the German stockholders and non-stockholders, the distributional implications from transmission from peers. So if you say, we don't need to teach everybody because people will learn from each other, right? There are strong peer effects. Maybe we educate some people and then everybody else will learn from them and we don't need to worry about them. But actually think of homophily, right? Homophily is people like similar people, right? They choose peers who are similar to them, right? So if you are highly educated, you're going to choose highly educated peers who know a lot and you're more likely to benefit from them. If you have low education, you're likely to choose low educated peers and they have nothing to offer you in this respect. So you cannot rely on peer effects to disseminate financial knowledge. You have to do also targeted interventions in low socioeconomic status people to get them to replace the peers that they don't have. So many of the Germans that we interviewed, and these are not refugees, these are Germans with, in this current paper that, I may or may not be able to talk about. But we interviewed 25 Germans very thoroughly. And then we did a survey, population-wide survey. And what we found was many people told us or agreed in the survey that they don't have anybody in their peer group that knows about the stock market. So the paper is about stock market participation. And they said, we don't know anybody who knows about the stock market, so we can't learn from our peers. And this highlights this particular point, the distributional implications that I'm telling you about. People of low socioeconomic status are much less likely to learn about the stock market, say, from their peers. They can still have fun, but it's not going to be stock market fun. Okay. And then imitation. Here we were pushed by the referees. They said, okay, you are putting these refugees next to business and economics majors, right? College graduates, college people with business and economics degrees. So maybe they are not learning anything. Maybe they're just imitating, because these people, we know that college education correlates positively with stock market participation, right? So these people are participating in the stock market. The refugees are participating in the stock market or saving for retirement because the people you put them next to are also participating in the stock market and they're just imitating them. But we actually investigated this, and what we found was that the share of neighbors with business economics education and no stocks, so these are the non-holders, right? So they have the knowledge, but they are not holding stocks themselves. This share is statistically significant, has a statistically significant contribution to the stock market participation of the refugees much later on. Even in the presence of, the stockholders, the share of stockholders, because we put in the regression, what is the share of neighbors with business and economics education who don't hold stocks? And we put in the same regression, what is the share of stockholders in the area, regardless of education, right? So we put knowledge transfer next to imitation in the regression, right? And what we found was that knowledge transfer was statistically significant. That was the statistically significant thing. And imitation had a zero effect. Okay, so it was not very important. Now, this may be a little bit of an extreme result. I mean, we don't believe the result. I mean, it happened in our data, but we don't believe that this is a general result that people don't imitate at all. I think there is some, there are sufficient studies showing the presence of some imitation, but it was not the key factor for our results. The key factor for our results was knowledge transmission from the educated business and economics majors to the rest. Okay, some policy implications and open questions for this, for the peer effects literature. So the relative importance of information transfer and mindless imitation, I mean, this continues to be open. Exactly, what's going on here. We require, very good data. We require sort of innovative methods and ideas to try to solve it. The distributional considerations of peer effects, but these seem to be getting more and more established. I told you we are confirming them now in the qualitative interviews, in-depth interviews that we have done, and in the wide survey, and the precise channel through which peers influence financial behavior. Is it perceptions? Is it expectations? Is it economically relevant or irrelevant consideration? So there are interesting things, and if you find a fun data set, you can do a lot of work there. Now, how about the optimality of the effect of peers, right? I mean, we say that peers are teaching their peers, but, they may be teaching, there are peer influences in crime. There are peer influences in drugs. So it's not necessary that peer influence is a positive thing, can be a negative thing. So there are early papers by Robert Shiller, the Nobel Prize winner, who found that we naively extrapolate from the experiences of others. So we think that because others have been successful in something, we will also be successful in something, and this may not be true, right? Kaustia and Knupfer, I mentioned, their peers are only sharing positive experiences. So they're not telling you the truth. They are hiding. They are telling you half the truth. They are hiding the rest of the truth, right? So that's important as well. I told you about the debt literature on financial distress. So we are being influenced by our richer peers in a negative way, right? We're more likely to go bankrupt as a result. There are financial literacy externalities on saving for retirement. These seem to be good, right? Positive. And then there are competing sources of advice. So controls for talking to family and friends tend to be negative. So here you have peers, family and friends. You have professional advisors talking to professional advisors. You have other sources of information like internet, like social media, etc. What's going on? What are the positive sources? What are the negative sources? Maybe they are competing. They are competing, but maybe they are conflicting. So you're getting some positive effects from one, negative effects from others. These things we don't understand. We don't fully understand. I have a paper now. This is the paper I presented in Colorado, where we compare advice from professional advisors and from peers in the context of an experiment. And we find that, both professional advisors and peers are responding appropriately to your characteristics, but there are differences between them. There are differences in the kind of advice that you would get from one or from the other type, the professionals versus the peers. Okay, and if peer effects are important, so maybe social distancing. So COVID, we should, or if, touch wood, there is any future pandemic or any future reasons to limit interactions and to have more focused interactions. So evidence that casual interaction matters. So what I mean here, I mean, the church going is one. This is the casual interaction. If you had a Zoom session of the church service, right, it would end at the end and you would not be interacting with the others at coffee. So you wouldn't have these positive interaction effects on stockholding and on the other things, right? What happens in conferences, what we have found in conferences that we have been doing during the COVID time on Zoom, right? The presentations end and that's it. You're out, right? There is no further interaction. But if you go to an actual conference, and many of you, I hope, will go in the future, the most important things, maybe very important things, happen in coffee interactions and in lunch or dinner interactions. And especially after a couple of glasses of wine, lots of important things happen there. But there are the informal interactions because you're finding out, what are you working on? I'm working on this. And it takes 2 minutes to say, but, this may give you an idea. This may boost the, spur and a collaboration, right? And very important things can happen there. So, lots of open questions and many more than what I have put here in the peer effects literature. How are we doing? 10 minutes. Okay, so that's a dilemma. Okay, stop share. So let me see what comes next, and I will. Where are we? Peer effects. What comes next is financial literacy. Well, maybe we start it a little bit. I just set out the problem, and then we continue tomorrow. Okay. So financial literacy and investment mistakes. I told you these are important. This is an important topic. So 20 years of literature on those as of today. So here, I'll whet your appetite by telling you these initial findings of Lusardi and Mitchell. So they inserted a module in the Health and Retirement Study of 2004. So they focused on 1,700 early boomers, baby boomers. Baby boomers, this generation, where it comes from? Why is it the baby boomers? This happened after the war because the men went back home. Okay, that's what happened. Yes, but this is what happened. Yes, so that's why you get the baby boomers there, and they were aged 51 to 56 in 2004, right? So this is what I was telling you. These are not spring chickens, right? These are people who have had a lot of economic life They are in the US. They have had a lot of economic life. They should know about finances, right? 51 to 56. So they ask them three financial literacy questions. So here is the first one. If the chance of getting a disease is 10%, how many people out of 1,000 would be expected to get the disease, right? Difficult? What do you think? Is it difficult? Is it difficult? A difficult question? No, I don't think it is. Here comes the second question. If 5 people all have the winning number in the lottery and the prize is $2 million, how much will each of them get? Primary school, later primary school, because it has many zeros, right? So you have to deal with many zeros. Yeah? These are 51 to 56-year-olds. Okay. For respondents who answered either the first or the second question correctly, so if somebody answered both questions wrongly, they were thrown out. Okay? Okay. But if they got one right, then they were asked, let's say you have $200 in a savings account. The account earns 10% interest per year. How much would you have in the account at the end of 2 years? Okay? But the answers, were not, were multiple choice, not that difficult. So they call these variables percentage calculation, lottery division, and compound interest. And then they asked the fourth question, politically literate, whether the respondent knew the names of the US president and vice president. They are living in the US. They are 51 to 56 years old, right? And they asked them, do you know the president? Can you name the president and vice president of the US, right? Okay, so here are the results. Over 80% got the percentage calculation question. Okay, this one, that's good, right? Only about half could divide 2 million by 5. Okay? Yeah. And only 18% correctly computed compound interest because it was over 2 years. Now, you may say they just failed to compound, right? So they just ran it for 2 years. No, of those who got it wrong, only 43% failed to compound interest. So the others were out to lunch. They were completely out in the sky somewhere, right? They just couldn't do it, but only 18% correct. And 1/5 of the sample, 20%, could not name either the US president or vice president. 20% of 51 to 56-year-olds could not say one of the names, right? Okay? This is what we are talking about. And of course, this early research, prompted people to say, oh, it's Americans. Oh, crazy Americans, that's. And then they started doing, financial literacy research in the other countries, and they found it's not just crazy Americans, but it is quite widespread. So now the three nowadays, the big 3 questions on the so-called big 3 questions of financial literacy are the first one is on real versus nominal interest rates. So they tell you, you have $100 in the bank and you are getting, 1% or 2% interest rate, and inflation is 1%. Inflation says 3%. Will you have more money to spend next year, or will you have less money to spend? So how many people understand real interest rates, right? So that's one question. The second question is interest compounding, but it's actually multiple choice. So they tell them, you have $100 and it's a 2% interest rate and it's over 2 years. So one of the answer is, how much will you have in 2 years? One of the answer is more than 102. Okay, well, that's the correct answer, more than 102. And then they say 102 exactly, 100, 198, something like that. And, many people get interest compounding wrong. And then the third question that most people get wrong is it safer to have one stock than to have 10 stocks, right? And people, many people say, oh, it's safer just to have one stock. You don't want 10 stocks. That's too much risk, but one stock is good. So that's what we're talking about. When you come to Europe and you do the financial literacy test, we found, thank God, that Europeans are much more likely to answer interest compounding correctly. But this question is not, practically everybody realizes that after 2 years, you're going to have more than 102, right? So we make it a little bit more complicated to get some people wrong, but there is widespread financial illiteracy also in Europe. And we don't ask them if they know the prime minister's name or the president's name. But this is America. People, you wonder how people get elected in America. Well, many people are not interested at all in politics. They just want to make money, and that's it. And they don't care who is up there or whoever goes and speaks to them at a low level. I think at some point I had heard, and I believe it, and it actually makes a lot of sense, that Trump was speaking to people at the level of 12-year-olds. At the level of 12-year-olds, how teachers speak to 12-year-olds, and that's how he managed to get to be understood by people, right? So you have to adjust to the general level of understanding and education. Okay, on these depressing notes about financial literacy, I will leave you, and then we come back tomorrow. So tomorrow is Saturday, no? You are very happy to come here on Saturday, I hear.